Here we go. Oh yeah, my people are here already. My people are here already. My people. I see every single one of you. Welcome, 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 welcome. Welcome, guys. Odogu, I see you. Astasia, I see you guys. Welcome. Beautiful. Beautiful. Thanks. Okay. Let's start. Alright, messages. Okay, what's up, messages? Odogu doesn't even waste time. Just jumps in and start tossing me the love. Thanks, my brother. Alright, what are we doing here? Here we go. Here we go. Right. Okay, open another chapter today. This was an obedient current journey through cancer. We're done with that one. Where did I put that? Today. Okay, so we start from here. I love this. Our guest is here already. There we go. Okay, we have 3 people watching already. Okay, got pencils ready. Today is Friday. Nigeria broke me. Canada is piecing me together. Today's date is 17th, 01, 2025. All right, let's go. This is the remix, yo. Juju hip hop, yo. Remix, yo. Bringing in something new to yo. While it comes to the remedies, yo. Y2K, Candace music. Bringing something new to your neighborhood. My main keys in the house, yo. Get off the microphone, come on, y'all. Wale mama do. boss for now. I'm making a dedication from the tip of the toe to top. Bring back this game, let me show you I'm the real top. You're sucking the sense of what, we're gonna make it all like a whole shit, but I know it is all like a whole shit, supposed to be the end of all. So what does I get level, you come in your border low. You can only find the one that's singing the stuff, the sucker. You can only find the one that's singing the stuff, the sing is there. You make me reputation, goes loud right there. Gentlemen, yo, Wally, you know what you got? Come on, y'all. Get up the microphone and pull like a tack, huh? What you say? Yeah, what me, my come on. La 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 Friday. La 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 Friday. Let me go back. I better than let you in, cause my name is no Wally. I keep masterpiece when I brought the MC ladies. They put my keys like to sip the Pepsi. Take a trip on the way back from my sleep. Remedies, my homie Wally Top. Maybe I can tell them, yeah, long time no see. Remember I told you that I know you. I can take the jealousy when it come to the rap tip. Ladies hang around me like a little baby. What's up, yeah? How you doing? Would you give me some bright sugar from my mommy? Come on, me. Say what you say, baby. Come on, come on. Yeah, won't be much about me.
In a world shaped by events and happenings, how do we keep up with the trends? How do we get a hang of facts and vices playing out around us? Join Off the Cuff with Jimmy, where unscripted, uncensored, and unforgettable controversial family and social topics are discussed by different people across the globe. Topics ranging from depression, abuse, homosexuality, marriage, sex, anxiety, drugs, suicide, mental illness, bigotry, near-death experiences, parenting, PTSD, racism, culture, rape, peer pressure, abortion, and many more. Listen in on Fridays, 10 a.m. Central Time Zone via YouTube at Off the Cuff with Jimmy, TikTok at Off the Cuff with Jimmy, and X Off the Cuff Jimmy. Join us to explore today and tomorrow while shedding some outdated views from yesterday. If you want your story to be heard, contact us via WhatsApp +1773 461 7622 or X handle at Off the Cuff Jimmy. Just in my mind, Yans Jimmy.
Taciturnity, they say, precautions ill luck, while a problem shared is definitely half solved. Ọ̀rọ̀ tí bá ń gbé lọ́kàn tá a bá ń ṣe mọ́nú lásán bí èpo inú agolo, ó ṣeé ṣe kó gbòdì sígbésí ayé ẹ̀dá. Ẹ pàdé Jimmy Hawk lórí ètò tá a pè ní Off the Cuff with Jimmy. Where conversations flow, breaking silence, sharing stories of struggles and hope to repair from darkness to light, engaging real guests, narrating lives or deals from personal experiences and overcoming them, discussing emotional issues ranging from marriage, rape, religion, abortion, parental failure, death penalty, depression, siblings rivalry, social media addiction, suicide, healthcare, etc. Off the Cuff with Jimmy. Ní gbogbo ọjọ́ Friday, 10 a.m. Central Time on X, TikTok, Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram. You can't afford missing these.
All right, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Off the Cuff with Jimmy. Another wonderful episode, another edition of your good, bad, and ugly conversations. We do this every Friday. Welcome, people watching me live on TikTok now. If you want to see my face, I'm on TikTok live right now. You can see me. The video version is there. And on Twitter, for people joining, thanks. I see every single one of you. We have a guest here already. I love when people are actually on time. Thanks for that. Thank you guys. It's going to be a wonderful one today. You know how we do this. Off the Cuff with Jimmy is your weekly dose of unscripted, unrehearsed, good, ugly, and bad experience being experienced by real human beings. And the purpose of this is to uplift, encourage, and promote ourselves within the community so we can have a good community around us. So welcome guys, welcome again. We do this every Friday, 10 a.m. Central Time, but I'm trying to work on the time lately. My targets are Nigerians, but it seems I'm not getting the attention required. More diasporans are now focused on my podcast more than what I was expecting. So the 10 a.m. is actually around 5 in Nigeria, 5, 6. I was considering people after work, but doing it at this point in time is when people actually resume work in America here. Not everyone that does 9 to 5 job, people work from home. Not everyone does that, but yeah, I'm working towards the timing. Eventually we'll get there, but for now, I'm still trying to settle down with the timing. But nonetheless, it's not gonna change that we'll keep having this every Friday. It's non-negotiable. Thanks for joining, guys. On the Twitter handle, I can see Nosray, Densi, Fatah Ibrahim, Tudo my man. I can see Shade, Tuluberry, Dan, Obi, Oluwasegun, and Teju. I see every single one of you. And on TikTok, my customers, my loyal fans, Odogu #1. He doesn't joke with this. Thank you, my brother. God bless you. TK, Ajanoku, I see you too, my brother. Always on point. Thanks for that. Astasia, welcome, my sister. God bless you. Anoluapo, Fatah is actually multitasking, streaming simultaneously on both platforms. Interesting. Barista Juliet, thanks for joining. Thank you, my lovely sister. How you doing? Thanks for being part of this. It's gonna be a wonderful day. It's gonna be a wonderful episode as always. I love the fact that my guest is actually here, and it shows how eager, it shows how anxious, it shows how interested he is in my podcast, even though he has said that to me a couple of times. But him being here on time is, man, amazing. I mean, he reached out to me a couple of times to make sure the time doesn't change, to make sure we have same time zone synced, and coincidentally our time zones are actually perfect, considering he's in another country. We're not too far away from ourselves, but yeah, thanks for joining. And Yeah, we're back again. Last week we had one of our brothers battling cancer, and it was a lovely space. And I hope everyone listening to the sound of my voice right now can check it out on our YouTube page. It was quite enlightening, eye-opening, and it calls your attention, especially we men. Calls our attention to how we focus on our health, and we should take that seriously. So if you want to check that out, it's the full version of the conversation is on my YouTube page. You can go join, subscribe, and keep in touch to see every single now and then we'll be bringing the latest updates regarding our society on my platform. Another thing I was going to talk about before I go into my intro and inspirational talk for today is the fact that this might be my last episodes on TikTok. There's been a back and forth regarding the American government approving or banning TikTok for live. It's talks ongoing, and they've not concluded yet. We're hearing a lot of things from that. We're hearing a lot of stories, breaking news. There was a hearing last week Saturday, and it was postponed to be on the 19th of January. 19th happens to be on a Sunday, so I don't know how that's gonna happen, but yeah, it's been postponed to the 19th. And coincidentally, a day after is when the elected president will be sworn in. 20th of, there's a public holiday that day actually. 20th of January 2025. So, and he's coming in. It's going to make a lot of difference. We know he's going to be signing tons of executive orders on the first day. So we don't know what his stands are going to be regarding TikTok. So I'm just sharing this to let people know, my fans, followers on TikTok. I might be switching to YouTube. I heard YouTube is similar to these and way more better video quality wise. So yeah, I might be switching to YouTube, and the fact that we have our YouTube channel ongoing, it's a good thing for me. So it will be flexible for whoever wants to be part of that. But nonetheless, I'm still gonna keep the Twitter handle for some of our people that don't even like to come on TikTok. But you might want to check out YouTube. It might interest you, so we can have a good time together. Thank you so much, guys. I just thought I should put that out there. So yeah, off the cuff with Jimmy, we're here for the real talk, real laughs, and so you buckle up your shoes, buckle up whatever it is you've got going on, and let's dive into this unpredicted conversation we're about to go into now. I'm certain a lot of people know about our guest, but we're coming from a different angle entirely today. So sit tight, sit back, and let's enjoy this together. I decided not to engage him in the background. I want to be inspired. I want to be encouraged. I want to be amazed by his submissions today, just like the listeners as well. So that's it for now. So my inspirational talk for today, by the way, before I go into that, how we always do it on Fridays. If you have a song request, you can send it to my DM. You can put it on the comment section on Twitter or on TikTok. It has to be within 2 minutes to 5 minutes. The song will be played non-interrupted, and yeah, it should be dedicated to whoever is requesting for it. So first come, first serve, and we do this every Friday. So I'm going to start with my inspirational talk, and it has to do with I want to talk about, let me mute this for now. I want to talk about friendship. I want to talk about friendship, and the definition of friendship I have in front of me here says someone you have a close relationship with, where you trust them, share common interest, and can rely on them for support and enjoy spending time together. Essentially, someone who cares about you and accepts you for who you are, demonstrating loyalty, loyalty and respect in the relationship. That's the definition I just pulled up on Google right now. Now, from my own perspective, does that sound right to every single one listening to the sound of my voice? Many people call themselves friends, and many people call themselves brothers, right? You can term it in your own terminology, anyhow you want to put it. But the word friend and maybe friendship, let's put it that way, it's, to me, it's more of a loyalty than every other attribute that was attached to it. Loyalty is the most important thing when I think about friendship. So it has to do with trustworthiness. For you to hand someone's loyalty, you need to trust them to some extent, right? Empathy is one of the attributes, but empathy can be, I don't think it's that important, right? I mean, you can feel whatever it is your friend is going through, but I think loyalty crowns it up, because if you're loyal to your friend, they will kill for you. They will go above and beyond for you, and that's a fact. Okay, if you know someone is loyal to you, you've earned their trust, you've earned their their respect, their honesty, of course, and support. Meaning, whatever it is, they've got your back, in your presence and behind your back. Loyalty, that's my number one priority when it comes to friendship. It's not about hanging out. It's not about going to the movies, watching movies together, chasing women together, jumping up and down together, going shooting range together, doing whatever it is men do together. And by the way, it doesn't even have to be same gender. Friendship comes in different form. You can have female friends as well. Nothing attached to that. But the point is the loyalty there? That is the most important thing to me. Is the loyalty. Is that loyalty there? That you know that this person will actually be loyal to you any day, anytime. I've met a lot of people on this Twitter street. I've met good friends, and I've met people that I know, they just come on social media, they hype you and they just back out. I've helped people. My wife actually contacted me one day. People were holding a space, and it was about me. And she joined when she saw my name as the title of the space. And she was just listening anonymously. And a couple of people were just, doing their thing, calling me out. And sadly, they've blocked me, so I didn't even see that. So they were just talking, right? And someone that knows me went on the speaker section, and he said, I mean, it's unfair for you to be having a space about this guy and he's not even here. You can't defend himself. And besides, he's not everything you guys are talking about. I don't see him that way, so that something must be wrong. Now, my wife actually recorded the space, and she showed me. And the funny thing was, I could recognize every single person on that space. And she mentioned the name of the person, and she said, this person stood up for you. This person stood up for you. And this person said, you can never do this. You would never do that. There must be a misunderstanding somewhere, blah, blah, blah. I saw that. I just smiled. And I reached out to the person, and I said, yeah, bro, what's up? Thanks. My wife told me she was on the space, and she heard you say this. And I just want to say thank you. I mean, you never knew she was there. This person wasn't doing it to impress anybody. She didn't know my wife was going to be there. She wasn't doing it to impress Jimmy. And the space was not recorded, by the way, right? My wife was the one doing screen recording when she realized the space was not recorded. So this person was not doing it to impress anybody. It was like, okay, number one, Jimmy is not here, so what is going on? And he got to realize that many of them have blocked me, including the host, and that's the reason why I couldn't say that. And guess what? This person I'm talking about, I checked my DM. I've only sent a message to that person once, and this was like 2 years ago. An obedient. We met through this whole obedience thing, and that was it. That was it. There was no back and forth. There was no transaction. There was nothing. That is an example of a friend. And whereas I have people that we communicate every single day, almost every single day, we like and retweet, repost our tweets on Twitter Spaces, and you hear the crazy things they say about you. So it's not about how close you are. It's the loyalty for me. And that's the reason why I thought I should speak about friendship today. And the most powerful attribute out of friendship that I picked today is loyalty. It supersedes every single form of friendship. Loyalty, it supersedes trustworthiness, empathy, support, respect, and honesty. Loyalty. With loyalty, every of those things I've mentioned stays underneath. For someone to be loyal to you, they've earned your trustworthiness, they've earned your empathy, support, respect, and honesty. Loyalty. They will say things in front of you, and they will say it at the back of you. They will not add or they will not take out of it without wasting time. That will be my inspirational talk for today. Thank you so much, guys. I hope we learned something from that, and we'll be having more of this. It could be marriage the next time. You never know. It could be bitterness, sorrow, happiness, parenting, rape, name it. We'll speak about it as the Spirit brings it. Tudo is looking, Jimmy is preaching today. All right, thank you so much, guys. Welcome once again. It's Off the Cuff with Jimmy, where we bring the reality of life to our doorstep, to our social media handles, to our mobile devices and laptops. Every Friday, 10 a.m. Central Time. We do this every Friday, 10 a.m. Central Time. Today we'll be engaging our guest, Tommy. A lot of people know about him. Many people have heard about his story. He has shared his story on countless spaces on social media, on Twitter space, Twitter street, both verbally, on the TL and all. We heard about how he lost his eyesight. We heard about the harrowing experience he went through, soaked in his own bloodbath, waiting for help and all that. We heard about how painful it was, how he felt, how cold he was at that point in time. That is the failure of a country. That is due to incompetence of government doing what they're meant to do in any other given country. And that's the failure of that. But that is not what we're talking about today. That is not why we're here today. We're here to hear from him how his life has actually changed. We're here to understand what it feels like to have a working system. We're here to hear from him the difference between Nigeria and Canada. And I'm purposely doing this simply because Tommy has been on Twitter Street, as I said, for a while. When the whole ordeal happened, how he shared his story, people followed him. People listened to him. People crowdfunded for him. It was in Nigeria when that happened, and it was in Nigeria while he was sharing his story on Twitter platform. And you could tell this guy is just a different breed. Sorry, bear with me, guys. It's just a different breed. He never gave up. He never gave up. He kept pushing. He kept pushing, and he pushed to. Sorry, I'm trying to get my screen back. I'm not sure what happened. Okay, so what is going on now? Oh, okay. So he kept pushing. He never gave up. He never gave up. And he did this with all his might. So when he was in Nigeria, he was pushing real hard to pass the message across to people. He needed help desperately, and people were reaching out. People were helping him in their own little way, and they did every single thing they could. But when it wasn't as if he was getting help. You know, there are some situations whereby people just, when they are in such a position, they just go around to seek for money, help, and all that. And they get it, but they just either mismanage it, or they just think, yeah, this came easy. It can come easy again. Like, I'll spend it anyhow and I'll go back to the people. That wasn't his plan, and to some extent nobody really knew his plan. I'm just explaining to you how deliberate this guy is, how determined this guy is. And I heard people calling him a fraud at a point in time. They called him a fraud because they couldn't comprehend on let me just do this and get it off. Here we go. They couldn't comprehend how you claim you're blind, and at the same time, you're tweeting on Twitter 247, like back to back. You're tweeting, and most of your tweets, there are no errors, no grammatical errors. You put in the punchlines, where the period is meant to be, where the comma is meant to be. Everything is crisp. So this guy is a fraud. But you cannot undermine the determination of a man that is focused on turning his disaster into a victory. A man that wants to change what the bad ordeal Nigeria gave him into a victory. And for the record, most Africans, especially we Nigerians, when we buy the so-called smartphone, which is clearly smarter than a lot of us, we don't explore the full potential of these devices. We don't. All we're just concerned about is for people to know we have the latest gadget. As long as it can text, make and receive phone calls, WhatsApp, Telegram, and that's it. We don't look at the features. We don't go through the settings. We don't know what features that the phone has to make our life easier. We know there is Siri. How many people uses Siri? How many people knows the full potentiality of Siri? No. This young man had managed to go through the feature of a blind person. They have for deaf people as well. And it could actually speak. When you speak to your phone, it can type whatever you want it to type. When you want your phone to pull up a certain app, it can actually do that through the voice recognition. You could do that. And this guy exploited that to the fullest, And that made people call him a fraud. You know, it took him to make a video of how he uses his phone to communicate, how he uses his phone to engage with the people. And he made a tweet of that. I think it's on YouTube as well, before people could actually understand how intelligent this young man is. And when he went through the ordeal, which he might just, summarize for people to understand how far he had come to where he is right now. When he went through that ordeal, Lagos as a state, the best they could do for him is a pack of spaghetti and, was it a cane? A pack of spaghetti and a cane. That was it. Nigeria as a country had nothing to offer him. I mean, come on, he is not the first blind person, he's not going to be the last, so why is he so special? Why is he so special? I'm deliberately laying this case for you guys to understand what we're about to dive into today. This young man is in Canada right now. He's not a Canadian. I think he's maybe shy of a year that he got to Canada. If not less than a year or a couple of months over a year that he got into Canada. The way at which his life has changed, what he has benefited from a working country, a country that things work, a country that has their priority set, a country that prioritizes people with disability, a country that knows and understands what it is to lose your eyesight, a country that understands human beings, a country that sympathizes, a country that empathizes with the human being. They don't care who you are, they don't care where you're from. As long as you have life within you, you breathe, you deserve a chance. That is what we're talking about today. And people need to understand that many of us fighting for a better country, we're not stupid, we're not mad, we're not ignorant. We're just tired of the status quo. We know we can be better, we know we deserve better, and we know we can actually get better. But the status quo won't let that happen. This podcast is to explain the reason why we stand on the mandate of PO. This podcast is to cite just a tiny example of the reason why we want a better country. Wanting a better country is one thing. Getting the right person that can take you there is another thing. I'm not saying PO is a saint, and I'm not here to make this a political thing. In fact, my podcast has nothing to do with politics. But regardless how we want to shy away from politics, the decisions that are made politically when we vote impact our daily lives. Subsidy is gone. You all remember that? That sounds political, but guess what? It affected the people selling shoes, affected the people selling fish, affected the people selling gari, name it. And without the things I just mentioned, we as humans, we cannot survive. So directly or indirectly, politics affect our daily lives, affect our decision making, and how our life is meant to be for the next couple of years before we have a chance to pick the right leader again. This is not a political space, but it's to highlight the importance of having the right person and their firm's a fear of power, so you can have a better country. You can have good health care like the one Tommy is experiencing right now. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to welcome our guest today. He's on Twitter he doesn't want to come on. Well, it's not like he doesn't want to come on TikTok. It's not that used to TikTok, which is quite understandable. And for the fact that if you want to view me on TikTok, I'm having a video conversation right now on TikTok, and on Twitter, it is just the audio. And the fact that he cannot actually view what is going on TikTok, I think it's understandably okay to be on Twitter, and it's more constant on Twitter. I've been seeing a couple of videos he's uploading on YouTube. This young man has been wonderful. He has shown that as long as there's life inside of you, you can achieve whatever it is you want to achieve. You can attain to the highest height as long as you want to do that. If it's your will, you will get there. And because of that, I respect him so much. I'm actually scared of people with such zeal, because they can attain whatever it is they want to attain in life. They will surprise you in a shocking manner. You won't see it coming. It's going to be a very interesting conversation today. I've listed out the questions I have for him. And if you have any question for Toby, you can put it in the comment section on Twitter. You can, send to my DM on Twitter, Off the Cuff with Jimmy, on comment section on TikTok. Everyone is here watching. Thanks to people on TikTok. I can see every single one of you. Let me just acknowledge people once again. I mean, you guys had the chance to be anywhere else, but you're here with me. Thank you. Odogu just keeps popping me, likes on TikTok. God bless you. TK, Tudo, Ajanoku, Astasia, Fatai, ICK, Barrister Juliet, Sonipa, Ikonuzo, and Oluwapo. Thank you. Those are my customers that are on TikTok. Thank you, guys. I so much appreciate you. And on Twitter, I have Dr. Ho, I have Nosre, Fatai, simultaneously spacing and checking the live too on TikTok. Tudo doing the same thing, I think. Welcome. Shade, Madonna, thank you for being part of this. Thank you. Ola, Yemi, Napunze, Lugard, Wale, Kuma, Dan, Niluzara, Uju, Mwachi, Ochechi, Lady, Crypto, Sonny, Yakubu Dog, Olusegun, Teju, and we have 3 anonymous listeners. Thank you, every single one of you. Most appreciated. And for the record, I've been getting a lot of interesting comment on my YouTube channel. The Agbadorians are there, and they're cussing me out. One said, "Is it not this madman that shouts on violent space? So now you're rebranding, right?" I ignored that message, but I'm gonna reply you here. So I'm not rebranding. I'm not rebranding. This is just another side of me. Don't worry. The violent part is still there. If you want it, I'll give it to you, but not on this platform. On this platform, I don't care who you are, APC, PDP, ALC, LP, I don't care. I'm just a basic human being on this Off the Cuff with Jimmy. If you have issues that needs to be addressed, I will address it. I will speak up for you. I don't care. It's not about politics for me on this. But when I go to the politics version, I will cuss you out. I will call you out the way you want me to call you out. And that's just me. I'm flexible. You get the best of me you want, and you get whatever of me you want. I'll present it to you. I'm a good chef. I'll do that for you. Don't worry. But yeah, this is not rebranding. This is me being flexible and trying to be human, to let you know that I can be rational. And if you want me to go political on you, it's not going to be on my platform. It's not going to be on this podcast. It's probably going to be on one of my other Twitter handle, but that's not what I'm here for today. All right, back to the topic. Tommy Waziri, thanks for joining. I've been looking forward to having this conversation for a while now, but I'm glad and happy you're here to have this conversation, and I'm looking forward to every single bit of it. I have loads of questions to ask you that will probably meet up with every single thing a lot of people are wondering and trying to and trying to figure out about yourself, because they've been seeing a couple of tweets about you and. But yeah, I would like us to jump right into the topic. But before we do that, guys, welcome once again. We do this every Friday. If you want to share your story, we can keep it anonymous. I have a lot of people reaching out to me saying they don't want their faces shown. They don't want to use their handle on Twitter. They don't want people to know them. Yeah, we can make that work out. And that's the reason why I created a Telegram account and a WhatsApp account. So you can call anonymously. We just put it on speaker. We do the whole podcast thing. I'll be live on TikTok as I always do, and people will be listening to the conversation on Twitter and on TikTok simultaneously. So you don't even have to use your Twitter handle. You don't have to use your TikTok account. You don't need to create a TikTok account to be on my podcast. The point of it is the people need to hear your story. Okay? Whatever it is you think you've been harboring, the people needs to hear it. And the point is, it's going to be uplifting to some people. It's going to be encouraging to some people. People would understand that where you stop, where you think your problem stops, someone else's problem is bigger than yours, or picks up from there. And if you think you're dealing with the massive problem in the world, wait till you listen to someone else's, and you'll be humbled, you'll be thankful, and you'll figure out a way to get your act together and forge ahead. Before we go to Tommy straight away, let me use this opportunity to let the people know what this podcast is all about. Every Friday, 10 a.m. Central Time. We do this for God and for country and for humanity. Let me put it that way. Thank you. It is Off the Cuff with Jimmy.
World shaped by events and happenings. How do we keep up with the trends? How do we get a hang of facts and vices playing out around us? Join Off the Cuff with Jimmy, where unscripted, uncensored, and unforgettable controversial family and social topics are discussed by different people across the globe. Topics ranging from depression, abuse, homosexuality, marriage, sex, anxiety, drugs, suicide, mental illness, bigotry, near-death experiences, parenting, PTSD, racism, culture, rape, peer pressure, abortion, and many more. Listen in on Fridays, 10 a.m. Central Time Zone, via YouTube at Off the Cuff with Jimmy, TikTok at Off the Cuff with Jimmy, and X Off the Cuff Jimmy. Join us to explore today and tomorrow while shedding some outdated views from yesterday. If you want your story to be heard, contact us via WhatsApp +1773 461 7622 or X handle at Off the Cuff Jimmy. Just in my mind, Yans Jimmy.
Taciturnity, they say, precursors ill luck, while the problem shared is definitely half solved. Ọ̀rọ̀ tí bá ń gbé lọ́kàn tá a bá ń ṣe mọ́nú lásán bí èkó inú agolo, ó ṣeé ṣe kó gbòdì sígbésí ayé ẹ̀dá. Ẹ pàdé Jimmy Hawk lórí ètò tá a pè ní Off the Cuff with Jimmy. Where conversations flow, breaking silence, sharing stories of struggles and hope to repair from darkness to light, engaging real guests, narrating life ordeals from personal experiences and overcoming them, discussing emotional issues ranging from marriage, rape, religion, abortion, parental failure, death penalty, depression, siblings rivalry, social media addiction, suicide, healthcare, etc. Off the Cuff with Jimmy. Ní gbogbo ọjọ́ Friday, 10 a.m. Central Time on X, TikTok, Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram. You can't afford missing these.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for being part of this Off the Cuff with Jimmy. Um, I'm done with my monologue, and we'll jump right into the topic today. Nigeria broke me, but Canada is piecing me back together. And we have our guest here today. And thanks for that, Tommy. I can see you put it on the Jumbotron on Twitter. You can check how he actually uses his mobile phone as a blind person, how he uses mobile phone to communicate with people. It's on the Jumbotron. You can click on it, and that should give you an idea of how he's been doing it. For people calling him a fraud. Tommy Waziri, my brother, how are you doing? How's the weather down there?
Winnipeg is winter pegging. Thank you so much for having me, Ross. The weather is good. It's okay. It's very cold. There's warning for stormy weather today.
All right, Tommy.
So
before
the weather is good.
Tommy, before you proceed, let me confirm. Guys on TikTok, can you hear Tommy clearly, crystal clear? Let me confirm, please. Can you toss me 100? Show me a sign you can hear him clearly before we proceed. I want to be sure everyone can hear you and there is no lagging behind, so people can understand every single word you'll be saying today. Getting a clear and coherent audio is very, very important. Very important. That's the only way you can communicate with us. No one can actually see what you're going through. You can see what we're going through. You cannot see the signs or the 100 of feedback, but the sound is what I'll be banking on today, and it has to be crisp. So people on TikTok, can you confirm you can hear Tommy's voice clearly? Please, I'm waiting to know that before he proceeds. I can Twitter people can hear him. I can see 100 from Shadi. Thank you for that. TikTok, guys, can you hear Tommy? Can you guys hear him? No one is responding on TikTok. I'm not sure if they can hear you. Can people hear me on TikTok? Can you guys hear me? I want to be certain if you can hear Tommy on TikTok. If you heard what Tommy said, he's not speaking currently, but did you hear what he said initially? I want to confirm that. I'm not sure what is going on TikTok. Okay, TK said no. All right, Tommy, can you speak so we see if they can hear you? Can you speak? Tommy, are you there?
Okay, can you hear me now? Sorry, I was struggling with my mic.
Oh.
Can you hear me?
Well, I can hear you. I just want to confirm people on TikTok can hear you. They just replied me saying no, they cannot hear you. All right, TK said yes. TK Odogu, can you hear 100%? Tudo, yeah, correct. Okay, all right. So they can hear you on both platforms. Beautiful. All right. So yeah, Tommy, sorry, I had to make sure people can actually hear you, so we have a good engagement today. So yeah, clearly they can hear you. So I would like you to introduce yourself to the people, let them know about you, so before we proceed with the questioning.
Okay, thank you so much, my big brother Jimmy. My full name is Oluwatomi Ahmed Waziri. I have a Muslim background, so that's why that's my name. My name is that way, but people call me Tommy Waziri, so Tommy for short. I am a content creator. I am a YouTuber. I'm also aspiring to be a blind massage therapist. I am. That's the career I'm planning to. That's what I plan to do here in Canada. So I'm training in a school where I'm learning how to use my laptop and everything in between. So yeah, I have aspirations, but for now I am a content creator. I'm a dad and I'm a husband. Yeah, so that's who I am.
All right, thank you for that, Toby. What an introduction. Okay, I love that. You're a dad, husband. Um, there's a Yoruba adage that says "I come follow," but I'm trying to assume you have a boy or a girl, right?
Yes, sir. Two toddlers.
Great, beautiful. Okay, so did you were they given birth to in Nigeria or in Canada?
They were giving birth to in Nigeria.
Both of them, right?
Both of them, yes, sir.
Okay, beautiful, beautiful. All right, so I slept late yesterday trying to gather, come up with questions to ask you. I mean, question, not just any question, questions that will be beneficial to the people, questions that can actually clearly display the importance of good governance between the two countries, because now we're doing comparisons, right? Questions that would let the people understand the importance of good governance and the fact that what they have in Nigeria currently, because a lot of people believe God intervention is the only way to, is the only way forward in Nigeria, and they believe the devil is at work, and the only way they can get out of that is through prayer, fasting, and endless, speaking in tongues. So I deliberately designed these questions to tackle those concerns. I deliberately designed the questions to let the people understand how important life is, because life is not valued in Nigeria. Not at all. Life is not valued in Nigeria. I put up a post. I replied a post yesterday about a dog, a canine, a police dog that was shot twice in the neck. So what happened was it was in California. They've come to realize that there are people behind the whole burning going on. People are deliberately, arsonists, deliberately setting places on fire. And there's a particular one, they found a guy that set up fire in a dumpster. So the dog was tracing the person, found the person in where he was hiding, and the person had a gun. And the person shot the dog twice in the neck. The person was either shot or arrested. I wasn't bothered about that. But what really got my attention was the fact that the dog was picked up. You need to see the care that was shown towards that dog. The dog was cared for. They put pressure on the bullet wound, and a chopper, a helicopter, came to pick up that dog to the nearest medical center. And 1 hour afterwards, there was a statement saying the dog would leave, meaning it's going under, treatment, and from what the doctors have seen, is going to survive, right? That is a dog. A dog. A dog. D-O-G, a dog, an animal. Bingo, Jack. Bingo, as you call it in Nigeria, is getting a first-class treatment for a bullet wound. A dog. If it's a cat, the same thing will happen. A cat. Meow, meow. The cat you guys think has witchcraft attached to their existence. The same care and love will be applied to an animal, regardless. Not an outtalk of human being. So life is not appreciated. Life means nothing in Nigeria. The value to life in Nigeria is zero. Recently, we heard about the guy that beheaded, pieces the girlfriend. Pieces the girlfriend. And the excuse was he wanted to break up. So he wanted to break up with her. So you had to break her up, literally. That is how people are not living in that country. But I'm not going to sound like a broken record. Let's dive right into the topic. So my questions, let me just say to start with, before you proceed, I thank you, I respect you for actually taking the stand to speak to the people. Not everyone would love to do this. Let me appreciate you for putting yourself out there to speak about this. You've always been an outspoken person and a well-determined person that, goes for whatever it is you want. So with utmost respect, dignity, and love, I want to thank you for coming on my platform to speak about this, because it's your own personal story. And it's a story to be heard, because we knew when it's all started, and it's only beautiful for us to know how it's going. We don't know where the story is going to end. I know it's already going to end in happiness, in joy, in, betterment. But right now, the people need to understand. And this has to do with time frame. The time you left Nigeria to Canada is not up to a year or less than 2 years. The list of achievements, the list of access to basic amenities of life needs to be appreciated, needs to be discussed, needs to be pointed out to people that will be listening. And it's not just for people listening right now, it's for the benefit of whoever comes across this podcast in the nearest future. You need to understand that life means nothing in Nigeria. Tommy, let's go right into it. Can you just summarize in a very short form how you got blinded?
Okay, can you hear me?
Loud and
Am I
clear.
being heard?
Yeah,
Okay.
loud and clear.
Thank you so much for having me, Jimmy. It's a pleasure to be here. I always love to share my story and just to encourage others and just to be out there. I tell people I don't just want to be a motivational speaker before people get inspired. I want people to just watch me. So how did it happen in summary? This was 2019, September 12th, 2019. I remember that day. I was an Uber driver, so I picked up a rider from 1004 Estate. For those who know Lagos very well, I was parked there. I was resting. If you're an Uber driver, when you're resting for the day and you want to close, and you want to go home, you understand. So I set a trip towards my home destination. So I remember I woke up. I was resting. I woke up. I was parked there, and I woke up because I woke up to the sound of a request, and I accepted the request, and I picked up the rider, a lady. Coincidentally, we are still close till today, myself and the rider. She's now in UK because of the trauma of everything that happened. So I picked up the rider. We started the journey. I asked if I can use the Google Map. I said, yes, why not? And the Google Map took us through Akpokpon Bridge. So if you know Akpokpon, Eko Bridge area, from VI, we linked Akpokpon, and we encountered some traffic on the way, and we saw two young men. So they came close to the car. One of them was looking into the car. He was so suspicious. I'm just trying to glance straight. So I looked through my side mirror. The way he was looking, it was so suspicious. My phone was mounted. The Google Map was on. So I felt like, so the moment he passed and the way he was looking, I was like, these guys could probably be robbers. So when they stopped, I was looking through my side mirror. They stopped. I can remember vividly seeing one of them putting his hand in his pocket. I was watching them through the side mirror. So they stopped for a while. So they were behind the car for I would say 30 seconds thereabouts. So they came back to the side of the car. One was beside me, and the other one was just, my rider was directly behind the driver's seat. phone and everything. The usual bring your phone and the like. So the other one that was beside me had a gun, but the one behind didn't have a gun. So all I could hear, the glass was up, the window of the car was up. So all I could hear very, very faintly was, "Give me your phone, give me your phone, give me." And I remember him aiming the gun at me, and I was in shock. I literally froze. I wasn't even moving the car. So I realized that the cars were already moving. So I stopped for a while and I froze. You know, I've seen guns like that in movies. In fact, so Jimmy, I've never told you this. I'm also a gun enthusiast. That gun is from so it's like the kind of gun I've seen in movies like World War II movies. So it's a standard, you know, the one that those soldiers take to the where they put it as their sidearm. You know, when they holster it, you know, when their maybe rifle is exhausted, they just pull out the gun. So there's this movie,
is your Luga?
Yes. There's this movie, but I don't know if at the end that was the gun they used to shoot the guy at the end. So I can remember.
What movie is that?
Pearl Harbor.
Oh, so, okay, yeah, that's a Luga.
Yeah, exactly. So
that's a Luga.
I don't know the name, but I know that gun. It's from World War II, and soldiers use that gun very well. So, especially American soldiers. So, obviously, it was a gun that was improvised. And I was shocked. So, everything happened so fast. Within a minute, I remember I tried to reach out to before it came back, I had already hid my phone in the pigeonhole that's in between the passenger seat and the driver's seat. So, I just, so, you know, I froze. So, I just started thinking. So, at that time, as an Uber driver, okay, my priority was the safety of my rider. And so at that time, it wasn't even Uber, it was Bolt. If it was Uber, oh God, my life would be better today. You know, because Uber has a very, very good policy when it comes to anyone who, you know, maybe have an accident or something happens where you're in an active trip. Obviously, Bolt doesn't have that. So I remember reaching out to the phone and I said, I just have to make the decision now. Keep your rider safe. That was all I was saying in my mind. So I reached out to my phone. My vision was away from him. It was still pointing your phone and everything. So I looked towards the button you used to wind down. I looked towards there. Then immediately I looked up. Bang! And all I can remember was that I passed out. So everywhere just went dark. And I don't know how long I was out. So I regained consciousness, hearing, you know, this sound, this concussion, when soldiers, you know, when, you know, they get hit by a grenade and they avoid the grenade, where they say dog, you know, that concussion sound.
Yeah, flashbang.
Exactly. So I was hearing that sound, I was regaining consciousness. So starting wing.
Yeah.
Then I started hearing the rider screaming. I've never heard a human being scream like that before. She was screaming. So at this point, I could literally feel him trying to reach out to my phone. It was feeling in between my legs. So when he shot me, it turned out that when I lost consciousness, the phone dropped. I was about to reach out the phone to him. So I think it dropped under the seat of my car. So he was trying to reach out to it and everything. So the next thing, so my rider was one that told me, they said the guy took, as in, he didn't even take the phone eventually. So he got the attention. The other one was on a bike. So that one was calling him, let's go, something like that. I think she was hearing him say to Yoruba. You know, and they took off. So here I was. I couldn't see anything. I wasn't even feeling any pain at this time. And all the cars, all the lights, the brake lights in front of me, they are no more. You know, but I didn't even realize this. The next question I remember I asked was, are you fine? I was telling my aunt, she was screaming, I hope they didn't hurt you. Hope you're fine. And the next thing she said was, you're saying, are you fine? They just shot you. You know, and that was where the pain started. I literally was feeling blood. I didn't know if it was blood initially, but everyone was getting wet. I could feel like water was pouring down my eyes. I didn't know it was blood at that time. So it was just gushing out and gushing. the pain was so much. It was like there were nails in my head. So I started screaming. I started yelling. And I remember that I told the rider, go get help. Go get help. I'm bleeding out. So it was then I started realizing that, oh boy, this is not water, this is blood. So I was bleeding out, and the rider, I remember, she was trying to get the attention of cars that were passing by. Nobody stopped. And I realized that we were on our own. So I told her, don't worry, just go and get help. Get the attention of, I just kept on saying, just get the attention of someone. So she left. I remember I heard her close the door, and she left. So she ran, so I was alone myself. So eventually she told me that she got the attention of another Uber driver. So that one took her into the car, got the attention of policemen. But before then, I was alone all by myself. I remember I crawled out of the car. I knew I needed help fast because I could literally feel life draining from me. At this point, my hands were already getting cold. I crawled out of the car. I was getting weak already. I couldn't even stand. And I climbed on the covert. There's this asphalt in between both lanes on the bridge. And I started screaming for help. I could hear cars pass by. You see, it's not a place where I wish my worst enemy should be. Because there was this fear. You just might die this way. And sorry.
It's okay. Yeah, you can take your time and pull yourself together. I totally understand the situation, and I was way prepared for this. I was gonna mention it earlier on. Yeah. Just take a deep breath.
I'm just trying to hold it back.
Yeah, take a deep breath. So here's the thing. If you feel like crying, please let it out. It is absolutely necessary at this point in time. Let it out. Okay? I've heard people come up here and I give them that chance to do so. It is therapeutic. Let it out. It's understandable on my platform. You're excreting a certain hormone that is relieving stress and depression. It is absolutely necessary. There's nothing like big mannerism on my podcast. No big boy. Cry it out. I have a pack of tissue right next to me here. If I get to that point, I will let it out to myself. Please do let it out. That's the point of coming here on my platform. You have a shoulder to cry on. But on the brighter side, you are in an environment that works. So consider these ekwayo in Yoruba, tears of joy. So I'm really happy for you. And what I'm going to say to you is this. Being blind is not the end of the world. Whatever it is you're thinking, I know a couple of times it will cross your mind to get suicidal and just end it. That'll be very selfish of you. You've got 2 kids and they deserve their father, regardless the sight or not. You deserve to watch your kids or to realize your kids grow up, graduate, hear them, get married. You deserve that, regardless your personal condition right now. It's not about you. If you were single, it's a different ballgame entirely. You have a reason to leave. Your wife married you after you were blind, not before you were blind. You need to be strong for her. Your kids, they came after you were blind. You need to be strong for them. They didn't ask you to come to this life. You brought them. They are the reason why you should keeping strong. Okay? Put yourself together. Let it out. I can go on a short break and we'll come back and we'll take it from there. But I'm ready for this and I'm glad you're coming up here to speak. And I hope a lot of people are on the same they're on the same boat as we are today. Tommy is a brave guy and usually it's difficult for him to break down like this, but I understand it's a tears of joy and it's highly welcome. Thank you so much. I'll be right back after this break.
Shaped by events and happenings. How do we keep up with the trends? How do we get a hang of facts and vices playing out around us? Join Off the Cuff with Jimmy, where unscripted, uncensored, and unforgettable controversial family and social topics are discussed by different people across the globe. Topics ranging from depression, abuse, homosexuality, marriage, sex, anxiety, drugs, suicide, mental illness, bigotry, near-death experiences, parenting, PTSD, racism, culture, rape, peer pressure, abortion, and many more. Listening on Fridays, 10 a.m. Central Time Zone, via YouTube at Off the Cuff with Jimmy, TikTok at Off the Cuff with Jimmy, and X Off the Cuff Jimmy. Join us to explore today and tomorrow while shedding some outdated views from yesterday. If you want your story to be heard, contact us via WhatsApp +1773 461 7622 or X handle at Off the Cuff Jimmy. Just in my mind, Yans Jimmy.
Taciturnity, they say, precauses ill luck, while the problem shared is definitely half solved. Ọ̀rọ̀ tí bá ń gbé lọ́kàn tá a bá ń ṣe mọ́nú lásán bí èkó inú àgolo, ó ṣeé ṣe kó gbòdì sígbésí ayé ẹ̀dá. Ẹ pàdé Jimmy Hawk lórí ètò tá a pè ní Off the Cuff with Jimmy. Where conversations flow, breaking silence, sharing stories of struggles and hope to repair from darkness to light, engaging real guests narrating lives ordeals from personal experiences and overcoming them, discussing emotional issues ranging from marriage, rape, religion, abortion, parental failure, death penalty, depression, siblings rivalry, social media addiction, suicide, healthcare, etc. Off the Cuff with Jimmy. Ní gbogbo ọjọ́ Friday, 10 a.m. Central Time on X, TikTok, Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram. You can't afford missing these.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's Off the Cuff with Jimmy. We had to go for that short commercial break. Sorry about that. We had to get our guest to pull himself together. It's quite emotional, but understandably necessary. So, before we proceed, let me just say this. Tommy, please, you do not have to answer all of my questions. Whatever you don't feel like talking about, whatever you don't feel comfortable talking about, just let me know. I have no problem with it. We'll skip it. Just let me know. I'll prefer to skip it, and we'll do just that. It's not about me. It's not about my podcast. It's about you, how you feel, and what message you need to pass out to the people. You don't necessarily have to answer every single thing I'm asking you, but just have that at the back of your mind, okay? And if there's any private and confidential information you don't feel like letting out yet, please kindly let me know. You can just skip it for private and confidential purpose, and we'll do just that. I see you drop now and you back again. So thanks for joining, guys. I can see people joining, the Twitter handles growing. Thanks for that. Thanks. It's been interesting so far, and I hope we're all learning from this. So we've not even started. It's gonna be really juicy, and people are gonna love the conversation today. I bet you. I'll be asking some interesting questions, and they are purposely designed to compare what life means in Nigeria and what life means in a same clime, but in this case Canada. What Nigeria appreciate about life in Nigeria, and what the government think of life in Nigeria, and what the government think of life in Canada. And we're doing that with our brother here, Tommy, currently living in Canada now, migrated from Nigeria to Canada. Is a blind person, and we all know his story and how he got blind. He wasn't born a blind person. Nigeria happened to him, and he didn't give up on that. It never did. is a strong man emotionally, morally, mentally, psychologically, and physically. We can all know that. We can all sense that from the way he carries himself on Twitter. But it's not about the podcast and how we're moving forward. It's about the message he has for us today in comparing Nigeria to Canada and how they see life. Thank you so much, guys, for joining. Thanks for listening. Thanks for staying tuned. Tommy, are you back, my brother?
Yes, thank you so much once again.
No, you're good. You're good. So did you hear what I said? If you don't feel comfortable answering any of the questions, just let me know. I will totally just skip it.
Yes.
You might have some immigration ongoing issues you don't want to talk about. Just let me know. We'll skip on that. Yeah, we'll skip on that.
Okay.
Some informations might not be allowed to go on here. Just let me know. Just tell me you skip and we'll skip it. We'll jump on to the next one. Okay?
All right. Thank you so much.
So where do you remember where you stopped?
Oh, yes.
Go ahead.
Yes, I do. I relived the experience, and that's why it just hits me.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of relive that experience a couple of times when you hear something similar. I remember you reaching out to me when I heard my first podcast about police brutality in Nigeria. What happened with the guy that got shot, the guy that got kidnapped by a bandit and was shot, and how he was struggling by the roadside. It was more like a deja vu to you, because you contacted me to explain how these things sounded and felt so similar to what you went through. So I totally understand that. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's just a feeling it just breaks you. Because you are scared for your life and you are literally hearing cars pass by, potential help, but I don't blame people because of this situation. Some people may feel, if I go and help him now, I carry him to the police, they will say, nah, me kill him, the usual. So I really thought about it, so I don't, it's just the situation we found ourselves in Nigeria, and we are still finding ourselves. So I remember I was there for the next 30 minutes thereabouts. I stopped shouting. I screamed for help in Pidgin, Yoruba, enjoying Romilowo. I was screaming, and even Pidgin, all the language I know I understand, and nobody, came. But I remember my rider had already gotten the attention of two policemen down the bridge, and I want that to sink in. There were policemen on that bridge, and eventually they came and they met me. I heard their voices. I thought they were just passers-by until they introduced themselves. I can't remember the name. Said I'm Inspector something, and I knew they were policemen. So at this time I was in so much pain. Before that, I was even saying, I'd accepted it. I laid down there and said, okay, this is how I'm going to. In fact, several times I tried touching my phone to see if I can call my mom and, the lights, and I just laid back. So they met me laying back. They thought I was dead. They, shocked me and I responded. But I was responding slowly, like a sloth. So I remember that they picked me up, put me at the back seat. The inspector was beside me. The other guy took the steering wheel. He sat in all the blood. There was blood everywhere on the steering, the seat. It was all red. It was people that were describing, when the car got to the military hospital, which was the first place I went to, they were describing everything for me. So I was in traffic for another 1 hour. And that was the worst. In fact, that wait, it was like, I prayed to die. Number one, the pain was too much. I rarely share this. I was begging the policeman to kill me. I was literally telling him, finish me up. Nobody will understand until the shoes fit. I always say this, I don't pray my worst enemy. Anybody who wishes bad for me experiences it. hospital, I couldn't even move. So we got to the hospital, I could hear faint voices, the regular Nigerians. I was hearing phones, start recording, plum plum, the sounds. I was in a car. We got to military hospital in Yaba. And by that time, my mom was already waiting for me. They had called my mom. My mom had moved from Oshodi to military hospital in Yaba. Oshodi and Yaba is not really far. So she had already got in there waiting for me, and I gave the policeman my number. We were in the car, he asked, so that was how she was able to get there. But I also forgot to mention that lucky for me, it wasn't a standard gun. It was pellets. So they shot with an improvised gun.
Yeah.
It was these little pellets. As I speak to you, I can feel them under my nostrils. There's one under my nose. I can touch it now.
Yeah.
There's one just underneath my eye. That's the socket where my eyes is lodged on the skin of my bone. There's one lodged at my jawbone. I can feel it as I speak now. Then it broke my two fronts. As I speak, I wear braces. I did that braces here in Canada. So if you see my teeth, you think it's
so it was a pistol they used, right?
Yes.
So what happened was it's an improvised Lugard. So what they normally do is they reconstruct the gun in a way whereby it is a pistol, but it can shoot a shotgun bullet,
exactly.
right? So
like a mini shotgun.
yeah, so the shotgun bullet comes in different forms. They have the box shot, they have the the thicker ones that just goes directly. The closer the range is, the more severe and the more dangerous it is. But the box shot, they mostly use those ones for hunting birds. So what they do is when they shoot it out, the pebbles, they spread out. So that way, regardless where the birds is flying, out of 100 or 50 pellets in a shotgun slug can actually hit. The chances of it hitting the bird is very, very high. So having that at the close range, that's deadly, and it's shocking that you're still alive to talk about this. So.
Oh yes. By the time we even got to the hospital, the doctor was surprised. I remember vividly. He said, "How come this guy is still alive?" Because this was a close range shot. He shot, so the glass pierced my body, skin. They were lodged under my skin. They had to start removing them. I can still feel the scar on my. So there was one on my right hand. But lucky me, it's only the range of that gun, because of how close it was. It's only the range was in between my eyes and my jaw. So none of it touched my neck on my left side. Because obviously it's shot from the left. So I was so lucky. If I did maybe my jugular, I probably have bled out from my neck. So I remember, it was, analyzing all these things and everything. So we did the X-ray. They saw how the pellets just there in the hospital there. They checked the pellets in my head to see, if it can be removed and everything, the damage that has been done, if I can still see. I was hearing them, and they did the X-ray, and from the way the doctor was sounding, you could tell that he had the bad news for me, but he didn't know how to tell me. But I didn't even get the bad news until I got to the Lagos State University Teaching Hospital in SD. So at this point, they told me I had literally up to 19 pellets underneath my brain. Luckily for me again, it didn't touch my brain. Luckily for me again, the pellets were close to my spine. The doctor was just amazed. He said these pellets, he said he saw two that were very, very close to my spine. So imagine being blind and paralyzed from my neck downwards. That would be a disaster. So long story short, they referred us to LASO the next day. And after checking, pointing torchlight, asking me if I could see, and I remember I pulled one of the doctors to me, and I said, "Tell me what's going on," because you could hear this feedback that they don't know how to tell me the severe damage that's been done to my eyes. So I could feel that expression. I could hear doctors say, when they asked me, "Tommy, can you see this light?" You're like, that exhale, that what? this guy.
Yeah.
You know, so I remember I pulled one and I held him. I held him so tight. I said, tell me what's going on. And I remember I went to tell my mom, and he asked my mom whether he can tell me. And that was, I remember his words vividly, like it's today, not even yesterday. And he said, and I quote him, he said, Tommy, I'm afraid you just might not be able to see again. And I went mute all of a sudden. I sunk in. You know, when I was hearing Sister Angie, Auntie Angie's story, I couldn't hold the tears. Because when you experience depression in a way I've never experienced it before, I sunk. I couldn't respond. At that time, initially, when people tried to talk to me, I wouldn't respond. And my mom was scared, my siblings were scared. They didn't know how to take this, they didn't know how to respond. So, and that's how it happened. I had to deal with depression. And voila, here I am today. So that's how it happened.
Thank you for that. I mean, we've heard these many times, but I just thought it should be a foundation to our conversation today. And for people that will be hearing this in the nearest future, the podcast will actually give them a foundation, background for what they're about to hear. So thanks for that. So let's jump right into the conversation today. I've been noting down points, and I've been writing questions as I've been seeing them in my DM, and the ones I obviously came up with yesterday. So when this happened to you, you felt like you felt suicidal a couple of times, and but you held back. So and I clearly remember you sharing on the Twitter space about you met your wife after you got blinded by this gunshot. So, I mean, to me, that is amazing, to start with. I don't think I know any Nigerian
It
woman.
was before, not after.
Yeah, sorry?
It was before I got blind. I knew her before I got blind.
Yeah, but you guys got married afterwards.
Oh, yes.
So,
year later, yes.
yeah, exactly. So my point is, it is very difficult to see a lady that would want to get into such a thing. I mean, knowing and accepting that you're not gonna see again. I couldn't comprehend that. That's a great woman, and that's your wife right there. I want to use this opportunity to say a big thank you to her, and a huge
She's
opportunity.
listening on TikTok.
Oh, yeah.
She's the Anolu Akpo.
And I want her to understand this. She's an example of a woman of virtue and a woman with dedication. It takes a lot of dedication, intentionality, and love to get into something like that. And knowing is not gonna, dealing with the fact that it's not gonna be able to see again. That's like twice the responsibility on her own self alone. That means she's going to be your eyesight. She's going to be the eyesight of the kids and her home. She's basically going to be spearheading the family. And she still went ahead. Regardless, you guys have been dating before then. She had the option of pulling out. She had the option of looking for another man that has both eyes. But guess what? Even if she had done that, what's the possibility that the man will get two eyesight, not go to beat him for house? Man will get two leg that can walk up and down.
That was what her mom said.
Won't be maltreating her. What is the chances of that? So I mean, I'm not gonna bank on what the mother said, right? I'm banking on our own decision, because regardless what anybody says, she could have actually gone ahead to do what she wants. It's all about what she deserves, or what she thinks she deserves, and what she wants in her life. And by the way, this is not a temporary thing. It is for better, for worse, till the end of time, right? So she knew what she was getting into. So big ups to her, shout out to her, wherever you are. God bless you. You're a lovely woman, and you're a typical example of a wife every man should be craving for, every man should be asking God for, right? If they believe in God. So thank you, Anoluapo. God bless you. I don't know you, I've never met you before, but based on what your husband has said about you and the duties you've jumped on, you're an amazing woman and you deserve it. You deserve every good thing that come your way. Hang in there tight. It's just going to be one of those things whereby you would never regret taking such action. I know that for a fact. You would never. And thankfully you have a wonderful husband as well. Regardless the disability, is doing everything in his might to have a comfortable life and to be with his family. Is dedicated, he's doing everything he could just to support. You guys have a great family going on, and I thank God for you guys' life. You guys are a typical example of what a family coming together should be like. God bless you, and God bless your household. So I'm gonna jump right next to the next question. At the point in time when you realize, right, this is it for me for the rest of my life, you will feel like giving up, but you kept pushing, right? So at what point in time did you make that decision, that critical decision of, you know what, I need to leave Nigeria? What made you have that thought of leaving Nigeria? Or was it a situation of you seeking for medical help, or they're trying to take out the bullet and you were recommended to go to go to America, UK, or the Western land to get the operation done, and that was where the journey started? What prompted the effort of leaving Nigeria?
Thank you so much for that question. Two reasons. The first reason was I saw the way persons with disabilities were being treated in Nigeria. Like I always say on Twitter Spaces, the only thing Nigeria has given me ever since I became blind, I was given a carton of noodles, macaroni, and one bottle of Pepsi. This was at Alausa. They just called me one day, they are sharing blah blah blah. I wasn't even given a white cane, so which is the essential thing I need as a person with disability. Although I'd already received the white cane from Federal Nigeria Society for the Blind. Coincidentally, there was a Canadian organization that came that time that shared the white cane. I still have that white cane till today. That's what I'm even using in Canada now, And it was just that fear, when I saw the way things were going, especially with the obedient thing. I don't want to go political. My wife had fears. Things were going, even though people came through for us when we got married, we started, business, one or two things. I was here and there. Then everything started, Nigeria started happening to me. After it's happening to my wife as well. Go and rent shop, what shop is charging, everybody's trying to dupe you. So it was just everything compiling, packing up together. And I said no. And I had a son that then I had not even, okay, so yes, my daughter was born already, but, there was this consciousness of, I can't risk Nigeria happening to my children. I cannot risk it. Even though I love Nigeria, I'm a patriot. I used to tell my wife then that, who told you cannot make it in Nigeria, blah, 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 and all of that. I was fighting for this Nigeria. I was so passionate, like you always see me on Twitter. But I remember that I'm a father and I'm a husband. So I had to think, which one do I go for? Listening to my wife and having the best for my family. So that was one of the reasons. Secondly, the usual told me anything can happen. If you go abroad, you can consult doctors and all of that. That was the second reason. And as God will have it, I was on a space one day and I remembered, hey God, give me a sign that you want me to jackpot. I just said that shabbily. And I was in a space, I sat down space one day, and we didn't have enough money so we used agents, so we didn't have enough money, to travel at that time to start the process and everything. And we don't say that, and Saddam told me, you have a book and everything. There was this short biography.
Yeah, I remember that day.
Yes.
The crowdfunded for you and everything.
Yes,
Yeah,
and
I remember that.
I don't hide it. In that day, within 5 minutes, he just said, everybody, let's support Tommy, blah blah blah, and all of that. I was so surprised. I didn't even DM him for any support. You can go and ask anybody, can ask him as Saddam. And that day, up to 1.3 million naira within 10 minutes entered my account, and that was the money we used to start the process. So it was just the just those two major decisions. Even though there are other ones which that Canada is a better life, and and I've always loved the Canada lifestyle. Watching all the movies and the Japan thing and everything. But those were the two major reasons that were there to me. Yeah, that made the decision.
Okay, that's a good one. I remember that day vividly, and some people wanted to send dollars to you, and they had to send it through me. I remember that day clearly. I think it was one of the violent spaces, and it was a beautiful. I think it was towards a book. It was towards a book. You launched that day. Yeah. So that was when you decided. Before you came to that space that day, you asked for a sign that you need to travel out, right? And that was one of the signs that backed it up for you. Am I correct?
Oh yes, yes.
Okay, fair enough. So, at that point in time, when you started, the moves to travel out, because I remember after that time, you held another space for, I think was it for visa or something like that, or to complete the payment. And afterwards, there was another one for ticket. And when you got the visa, how did you realize you've gotten the visa? Was he wait, did you go for the interview? Did you go alone with your wife or everybody? So how did you when you got there? How did it go? Let's start from there. How did it go? And when you realized you're gonna get the chance to actually travel out of Nigeria, and that's the first time, right? You live in Nigeria.
Oh yes.
Okay.
That's the first time. That's the first time I ever jump on a plane.
All right,
After
go
ever
ahead.
taking a local flight.
Go ahead.
So I remember that day because it was my son's birthday. William I think it was 3 years old. He was 3 years old rather. I can't remember. So that day, so anytime I go out, I usually go out with my wife, my family. So if my mom is not available to take care of the kids, we all go out together. We pack ourselves together like that because there was no help. So people used to stay. People always look at to the extent that my wife got used to it. Now even when we are going out here in Canada, we walk, we take walks during summer. Anytime we are going, we always do things together. I hold the stroller while my wife pushes the stroller. I'm holding the stroller, my wife is on my right hand. We do everything together. So that day we all went together as a family. It was a very, very joyous day, because for especially my wife. And one thing I always say is that my wife's happiness is my happiness. So for her that, knowing fully well, I'm living in Canada, that was what she wanted and everything. I was also happy, knowing fully well that okay, there could probably be a chance that something will happen. I will probably talk about that later. I've got to see a doctor, so I want to get like 2 or 3, other reports or before I'm able to come out. I also plan to come out to give people feedback because I made this public. I also let people know that okay, I want to seek for doctors' opinion about my eyes, if anything can be done, if my vision can be salvaged. So for us, it was a joyous experience knowing that we could achieve that. So that day we went there. It was at Lekki Freedom Way. For those who knows that place very well, Nigerians that want to Japan usually go there. You pick up your visa. So they just called us to come and pick it up. So they shipped it from. I think they have an office in Kenya. Unfortunately, I don't know why they don't even have a office in Nigeria. So they had to ship it from Kenya. It was actually from Canada to Kenya. Then Kenya now shipped it here to us in Nigeria. So that was how we picked it up. Basically, we went as a family and went home. We went to the beach. So it was literally my son's birthday that day. So I took him to the beach. He liked to ride the horse. I've always wanted to be a wonderful dad. And, I've always shared this with you, Jimmy. The reason why, so I wanted him to have the best. That was the last time we'll go to the beach, as a family. I went with my mom. My mom was there too. So it was a very wonderful day. That was also, like I said, the day celebrated. Unfortunately, I lost the video. I wanted to upload it on my YouTube. But it was actually that day, August 2029. That was when.
Was that the day you were riding a bike? You were on the bike?
No. That was another day entirely.
Oh, okay, all right, go ahead.
Yes. So that was it. So we had a nice time. William was happy. He was scared at first. So it was just a joyous moment for us. So that was it.
Thanks. So another sentimental question. How does it feel? How does it feel knowing you have kids and you can't even see what they look like?
Wait, let me drink water.
Yeah, I mean, don't rush yourself. As I said, it's a sentimental and emotional question. Because I'm deliberately asking these questions to let you know the reason why you should not think otherwise. Okay, you have a reason to stay around for your kids. So whatever it is, because trust me, not everyone will be nice to you. Not everyone will be nice to you. A lot of people will say things behind you. A lot of people will still wish you ill. But the purpose of my platform is to ask those difficult questions and to actually hit your heart directly, openly, in front of everybody, than you thinking about it in the background. And right now, you can see the amount of people listening. And the people are actually feeling what you're feeling. So it would be very unkind of anybody to use that against you in the nearest future. It would be very unkind of anyone to put those words towards you in a bad way to use to attack you or anything. I know what it is to be a father. And I know what it is for you to get married to a woman that I never even expect exists in Nigeria. But she's a wonderful woman. And I keep hammering on this simply because I know what it is to have a child, changing the diaper and doing, all the things. These are enormous tasks. And upon that, she needs to take care of the babies. She will bath the kids and probably help you in the bath too. These are enormous responsibilities. These are enormous tasks for her to go through every single day, right? So how does it feel when you did a video, and the reason why what ignited this question was the video you posted a few days ago, and you were speaking about your wife had gone to work and you were left with your child and she was in the living room watching TV, and you were having a video. I think you were live, or you just recorded the video and just posted it. And I was asking myself, how is this guy doing these things? I mean, it was obvious we could see right on that screen that you cannot see. And you did some amazing things. And as you were talking, you tilted the phone, and it was almost perfectly focusing on your daughter, where she was laid down right behind of you on the couch. She was watching TV, and it was amazing to me. It was amazing, and I kept asking myself, how is this guy doing it? So it's one thing for you to make use of technology. It's another thing as a father, because I know, trust me, it will cross your mind every single day. Every day. That you can talk to your kids, but you cannot actually see them. How do you feel about that?
So I drank water because, so talking about depression, and when I listen to, sorry, I need to say this. When I listen to Atianji, I realized that I've not even told my wife this, so she's hearing this for the first time. I think I still need to see a therapist.
Okay.
And I already started looking up to see how I can get coverage for that. Just to talk to a therapist, a specialist, about how it hits me when my son asks me questions like, "Daddy, what happened to your eyes?" You know, and I try to smile it off, trying to be a good dad, and he can literally see tears that's dropping. I'm smiling, and these quiet tears.
Yeah.
And I'm like, "Daddy just can't see William." I said, "Touch my eyes, feel it." I want him to experience it. So I don't hide this from him anymore. He's getting smarter. These kids nowadays, they're very smart. I said, "Daddy just can't see." The only thing I've not been able to address is to break down what happened. I just tell him, "Oh, that something bad happened to Dad back in Nigeria." And so that's why I said, that's the only thing that still causes me some form of depression. And I always tell people this, that it's okay to be depressed at some point in your life. Sometimes it just comes. It hits me then, I find the same ways I fought depression when I became blind. I go do those things, which is listen to me. I just try to do things that make me happy. I go back to him, we play with Lego, play with toys together, just to snap my mind out of it. Because psychologists will tell you that it's okay to be depressed, but don't stay there. So they'll tell you that a study was done in US, I can't remember the study, by psychologists, that if you're depressed for more than 2 weeks, then you should see a specialist. You should see someone. So I'm really planning on seeing someone about that. I just wanted to put that out. I want to be as open, like you say, I'm keeping it real with you.
Thank you.
So I'm planning to see a therapist about it, because it really hits me. I would literally go to the bathroom, because I don't want to see him cry. I don't want him to see me cry. And I will, Jimmy. I try to cry in a way that he won't hear. So I will.
It's okay. Let it out. Let it out.
yeah, yeah. Joy is gone. Only a little more. You up and never, up and never. Do what you wanna do. I want to be shining one day. Yeah. Don't make that, don't make that. I want to look for the one lady. I want to look for the one lady. Yeah, easy now, take it easy. Catch some cruise my cheese. It's book one for the days. Come on for the body, know the breathe. Put on your shoe, make it stand that this. All your sorrow, make it dance them free. If you know be kalala, yeah. If you know be kalala, go to the Fuji. One man jogo, ijogo, ijogo. What you want, my jojo? Ijogo, any my jogo, I need to make it kalala, go to the Fuji. Oduba, yeah. Joy is come, joy is come. Duba, yeah. Joy is come, only a little more. You. Duba, yeah. Joy is come, joy is come. Duba, yeah. Joy is come, only a little more. You.
Thank you, Crypto Oakage. That was coincidental. I just used one stone to kill two birds. That was a song request by Crypto Oakage. Joy is coming, and I thought it was the perfect time to put it in. Thank you, Tommy. Let it out. That's why we're here. Let it out. Thank you. You good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Good.
And I cried it out, like I just did. And like you said, I'm also a mental health advocate, so I know these things. And I know crying can be therapeutic, because, so that's why I don't hold it back. So that I just find a safe place to just cry it out and wail. I know my son is still young to understand why I would cry that way.
Yeah.
Because I really cry. So maybe when he's a little bit more older, when we're able to have serious discussions, I can cry with him, we cry together. I want him to experience it, So how do I do it? I choose to live. So there's this song I used to listen to, or I do listen to. It was one of the songs that helped me. It's this song, Rise Up by Andrea Day. And I listened to that song, and it just reminds me that I had a choice. I chose life. I didn't shoot myself in the foot by complaining and accepting to take my own life when I wasn't the one that shot myself. So I remember I would always tell myself that, Tom, you accepted this. You have done it before, and you can do it again. So I just find many ways to encourage myself. Sometimes I call my friend who is here. His name is Sean Williams, and he doesn't know that after I call him sometimes after I finish crying. I'm sure he's hearing this for the first time. I try to just get my mind off it. I just find different ways. But how do I live my life with my kids? I even uploaded a video where I've learned to feed them. So experiencing this every day. When my wife, so recently they got childcare. They didn't get childcare until eventually when I had the privilege, I reached out to CBC News here in Canada. So that's another story I will share. They got, during this country, anyways, you get the, I was so surprised at the way they came through. Initially, I had to learn how to change diapers. I thought I couldn't do it. But I would tell myself, Tommy, if you are the one that can overcome everything you have done, you have gone through, you're able to learn how to use your phone. Right now, I can type words on my laptop. I'm surprised. I'm under an organization called Vision Loss Manitoba. They will teach you, they rehabilitate you. There was a man that came, took me around my house, taught me how to go downstairs, take my son to the daycare. There was one daycare downstairs. My daughter didn't have a daycare, so it was just me and my daughter. Initially, I would go picking up when my wife was not around, use the elevator. I was doing everything myself. I would literally carry my daughter on one hand. William will hold me on the other hand. Star will be on my daughter's name is Star. Star will be on one hand, my hand will be aching. Because I have to also hold the white cane. Because they will let you know, hold your white cane anywhere you are going, so that people don't just you don't bump into people avoid you and all of that. No, that's one of the, I would say, protocols in the blind world. No matter where you are going, you take your white cane along. Even though I didn't need it. William now have learned to navigate me. William is just 5. It will open the doors. There's this button, to press the door. Even when I don't want to press the elevator, he presses it. He understands these things. Coincidentally, even when I'm making food for my daughter, it is Gaba. I don't know if you know Gaba, Jimmy.
Of course.
So as a man, you learn how to make Gaba.
Which kids in America or Canada know they chop Gaba?
So I learned how to make Gaba, and will eat it, and it's hard.
Yeah, but I mean, they have the prepared one. You just need to open it up and just give them.
I think that one is more expensive.
Okay, now it figures. Go ahead.
So that Gaba is very expensive. In fact, it's the only thing my daughter eats. We are trying to, suggest other foods and everything. She just eats small rice.
I think that's the most expensive baby food we have in America and Canada.
Now we even introduced cornflakes. I started taking that one recently. But what I'm trying to say is that I had to learn. You see, it was a learning curve. It was a learning experience. I had to learn. So initially, I started with diapers that you have to wear by yourself until my wife now switched to the pants one. In fact, I always use that. How come my wife did not even discover that there was this pants one before? Because that one was very easy. But I started, and I like that.
Oh, you mean the diaper?
Yes, the diaper.
So it comes in different ways, but
the brief one.
They call it pull-ups.
Pull-ups, yes.
They call it pull-ups. So from a newborn baby till I think 3 months, they don't do it for them. You definitely need to use diaper for them. So the pull-ups comes from a certain age. I think it's after 1 year old. The pull-up can actually work for them. So, but yeah, go ahead. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, so I had to learn all of that. I learned how to, so the scary part, the one I uploaded it on my YouTube, the most scariest part was how to pour the hot water inside the bottle. Jimmy, I don't share this. It's only my wife that knows. I've poured hot water on my hand several times. So immediately when I pour it, I have to quickly put my hand in cold water. So I switch on the cold water immediately. So it just reduces the effect. But right now, I'm an expert. I literally pour it like I can see.
Wow.
So I realized that the human mind is very powerful. You asked that, how did I know where my daughter was? In the blind world, there's what you call mapping. Yeah. I have a picture of that dining table I was sitting on during that video. I knew she was sitting on that chair. So in my mind's eye, I have a picture of where she is. So instinctively, all I did was tilt my phone towards that area. I just tried to say, okay, maybe if you know, I said in the video that I don't know if you can see her. I just tried, so I just learn every day. But, it's not easy when those questions come. Yeah. And for how I'm not able to see my kids, it's hard. I try to feel their faces and thank God for imagination. I was sighted for 27. I love nature. I watch documentaries. Then I used to go to, when I was driving, by myself, all by myself, I'll go to the beach, watch the sunset. So I had big imaginations. So just that I've dreamt about my son before. I don't know if that's how he looks real life, but it's from the pictures I see in my mind. I paint a picture about him. I feel his face. I feel my daughter's face, and sometimes I see them in my dreams. So it's what I've seen, what I've built in my mind as pictures. I see in my dreams. I now see them live in my dream, playing, jumping up and down and everything. So is it easy? No. So I hope that answers the question.
Yes, it does. Thank you so much for that lengthy and insightful response. I really do appreciate that. I know you're really into movie, but I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. Have you seen Daredevil, the movie Daredevil?
Oh, I'm waiting for the season 3 now.
No. I mean, the ones. Did you see the movie before you got?
No.
Before you were blind?
I only watched an episode then when my brother was watching it on my laptop.
You mean before you were blind, right?
Oh yes, I remember he had a own type of
Daredevil, right? I mean, there's a movie about it way back in, I think, the early 2000s. So, but if you've seen it before you got blind, you know, there are scenes in that movie whereby the guy can actually figure out his environment from his, blind sight, right?
Oh yes.
Is that how you see things, or everything is just pitch black?
So, on the literal sense,
Yeah.
everything is total darkness. I mean, I cannot see anything. That's in the literal sense. That's physically.
Yeah.
But now, where I'm sitting in my room, my eyes are open now. My eyelids are open.
Okay.
When it's closed, I see total darkness. Even though on the research I see total darkness. But when I open it, imagination does turn on immediately. So there's a bed in front of me. I don't know the color of the bed. My mind just gives me a color for that bed.
Create
So
a color
my
for
mind
that.
can tell me that
Okay.
it's red. But me, it just automatically picks a picture. There's a window ahead of me. I have, in this room now as I'm speaking to you, everything is in my mind. So it's literally like I'm seeing.
So that is the mapping they're teaching you.
Exactly, that's what they call mapping. If you can search about it, they call it mapping. So
Yeah, I mean, I know about mapping, and to be honest, to be fair, the reason why I'm asking this question is simply because I've actually practiced what you're talking about. I've practiced it before, and I put myself in difficult situations. And what happened was, back in 2016, right? I do crazy things when I watch movies. Okay, I've actually dipped my head in a bowl of water just to see how long I can hold my breath. I've done that before. But you see, in 2016, I tried blindfolding myself to walk around my house, right? Just for the sake of it. And it was after I saw the movie Don't Breathe. I don't know if you've seen that movie, Don't Breathe.
Oh, yes.
So,
I've watched it through audio description.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
what?
Audio description.
You can watch a movie through audio description.
Yes, and the way they even describe it, it makes it very real for you.
And I'm just hearing this for the first time.
So I watch movies on Netflix. No, let me say I listen. So I listen on Netflix, Disney Plus, Prime Video, all the streaming platforms.
And they have the feature for audio description.
Yes, there's a voice behind. When you're in secondary school, they used to describe all those things.
Yeah.
That this guy, he picked up the gun, he shoot blah 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 blah. But they do it in a very professional way.
Wow.
I've watched the part 1 and the part 2. I know the movie they are talking about.
So I mean, it came out in 2016. Did you have the chance of watching it before you were blind?
No.
Okay. So I was thinking maybe you watch it, because that movie taught me a lot, and I got to realize that we as human beings, we have different senses: eyes, our ears, our nose, and our mouths. Right? The mouth is to taste, the eyes to see, nose to smell, ears. Now, the eyes are described as the most powerful and sensitive. Now, when that is gone, when that is out of the way, your focus now diverts into the ears, the nose, and the mouth.
Yes.
The mouth is a little bit weaker because you need to put something into it to have a sense of taste, if you want to eat or if you don't want to eat. But the most effective ones are going to be your nose and your hair. So after the eyes, the hairs comes second. Because with the hair, you can actually hear if someone is cooking. You'll be hearing pots out there on the light or whatever. You'll be hearing it. You'll be hearing all those things. You'll be hearing it. Even without the nose, you can tell someone is cooking, right? And it's until when you taste it to know if it's good or not. With the nose will only give you an aroma to know if it's going to if it's going to taste good. It smells good doesn't mean it's going to taste good, right? But you see, after the eyes, the hair is the most powerful sense we have. Because with the hairs, you use it to you use it to see. You use it to see. And based on movies, documentary, name it, the hairs are the most prioritized senses in any option you have. So the movie Don't Breathe, shows that as a very good example. The man was listening to every single thing. If you make a step, he knows where you are. If you've not seen that movie, go and watch it. It's a beautiful movie.
Jimmy, permit me to say something.
Go ahead.
So as a movie lover, I understand where it sparks curiosity. There's also the one by John Wick. There was this blind man, in that part 4 of the movie John Wick. I think people need to go and see that as well. You would understand how sensitive and how smart blind people can be. It was not until I became blind. Even with that Daredevil movie, that's why I'm following it back to back. The next season is coming this year. It's about the blind guy.
Donnie Yen is the one that acted. Donnie Yen. Yeah.
So, in that movie, there was a place where they're asking him, "How do you see the world?" And it was exactly what I described for you. To the extent that even if I'm not with my cane, all I can do, and my sense of touch is very sensitive. So if I'm in a place or I'm in a passage now, going to the elevator, and I don't want to use the white key, I use my ear to hear the walls. If I'm getting close to a wall, I will know.
Yep.
So I can even literally tell where there's an open space. How do I do that? I speak or I say, I make a sound.
Echo.
In physics, there's okay, let me describe it in ways people don't understand. When you make a sound, if you're in an empty room, sounds echo, you hear this echo sound, right? So sound bounces to the wall and comes back to you. Only a blind person can really, really pinpoint it. Only when you are able to zero your mind to focus not on your eyes and your hearing. If people can try that, blindfold yourself for a long time, you will see your brain switching to it.
Yep.
Your brain will automatically, if you can be for more than an hour, you will sense it.
That's correct.
Move around, you start hearing things close to you.
Yep.
To the extent that you can tell the height of where the thing is. So it's such a, if I start.
No. I mean, I personally understand where you're coming from because I watch a lot of movies, I watch a lot of documentaries, and I pay close attention to these things. And as I told you, I sometimes practice these things myself because you don't understand the ability your ears or your other senses do have if you don't deprive one to the other. But you see, if your life depends on it, you will be shocked at the level of concentration and the things you can do with all the senses when push comes to shove. So that actually answered my question perfectly. Thank you for that.
Let me give you an example.
Go ahead.
A life example.
Go ahead.
There was a time I was in Nigeria, and there's this minute sound that the fridge makes when they, up NEPA now, they brought the lights and we're all inside. And obviously everybody knows you me with shock. Because obviously lights came on now. But they know I can't see any lights. Tommy, how did you know? They all ask you, they're curious. I said, can't you hear the sound of that fridge outside? Do you know they had to go close to the window to hear it?
Yeah. So what happened is they have luxury of eyesight. They have luxury of other senses. But you see, you and that's what people don't understand. People like you are actually dangerous because you don't have your eyesight, but the level of concentration on your other senses are 100% active because you're vulnerable and you know it. You are always in the danger zone and you know it. So all other senses are in full auto gear. They are working, and if you work on them more often, if you practice with them more often, you realize you start becoming abnormal to people. You realize
Even when my wife tries to play with me sometimes, and she's just in front of me or beside me, and she's trying to be very quiet. Do you know she doesn't even make a sound? But there's this sense, the hairs on my body.
I was gonna say that. I was gonna say that.
Baby, what are you doing there? She don't say, how do you know?
How do you know I'm here? You know, sometimes she might just want to scare you. She might want to scare you and just go, but you still feel the presence. You feel.
It's the hearing. Yes.
So what is happening there is this. Besides the fact that your senses are coming into 100% functionality, you're working on the bond between yourself and your wife. Your wife is beginning to respect you more because she knows you're being more attentive, and she knows that you're getting to a point at which no one can cheat you, no one can do things that you won't know about, and that creates a stronger bond between the two of you. And she gets more confident knowing, all right, I can leave my husband, he's gonna be fine, with the kids. There's no the senses of her getting worried will be lessened because she knows that he's got this, right? That is the beauty of it. And look, that's the benefit of you being in a system that works. To me, let me be the one to say it on this platform. I believe with the way things are going right now in this world, you will see. I have no single doubt because every single day research is... Sorry?
Elon Musk is doing magic, so I believe I'll see it.
No, it's not just Elon. It's not just Elon. See, we are evolving and technology is at its peak right now. Trust me. When Yinka Efele had his accident, Yinka is a very good family friend. They told him he would never walk again. But a few years ago, someone brought an exoskeleton, robot to Nigeria, and they took it to his office, and he put it on, and he stood. Yinka Efele stood, and he was weeping because they told him he would never stand. He moved a couple of times, but the fact that he could move, he could stand 20 years or more after they told him it will never happen. He uses a bike that he drives around the automobile. But the way things are going now, they're building robots now. They're transplanting a whole human head to look, we're getting there. But this is me letting you know that you are in a system that works. Thank God for that. If you were in Nigeria, I won't be saying all these things. But you're in a system that works. You are in a society that things like this are actually effective. In fact, they will pay you at a point in time to come and experiment these things. They want you to experience it and give them a feedback, and they will pay you for trying it out. And before you know what is going on, it could be a device that you buy to see your kids. And they have all this metal TV now. They just put on Google, you put it on, and you can even play with your kids and all that. We're getting there. But the purpose of this platform is for people to know that you were once in Nigeria, and what Nigeria gave you. Nigeria is your home country where you were born, a citizen of that country. You worked all your life in that country. You schooled, you did everything in that country. When Nigeria happened to you, the only thing Nigeria gave back to you was a cane, you said, right? And this was due to the fact that
No, they didn't even give me a white cane.
it had to do with a Canadian
from an
organization. Yeah, it had to do with a Canadian organization. They
Yes.
gave you a white cane. Lagos, the best Lagos could give you, where the incident happened, was a bottle of Pepsi, a pack of is it noodles or spaghetti, and that was it. But you left Nigeria to a foreign land, a land you're barely 2 years in, right? And they're treating you like a citizen. Life matters to them. Life does not matter to people in Nigeria. Well, life does not matter to the government of Nigeria. But you went to another country and they are treating you like one of theirs. They don't care if you're white, brown, blue. They don't care your country. As long as you are in that system, they will treat you the way you are. They will treat you as a human being. And that is what we're talking about today, which leads me to my next question. You see, I want you to share with us for the fun part. What was it like when you got your ticket and you felt and you had that, that feeling? Yes, we are traveling today. Could you just let us crack up a little bit with the experience, you getting in the car with the kids, letting them know you guys are going to Canada, getting to the airport, loading up, getting on a plane, checking in, being on the plane. When the plane took off, what happened? Did your soul left your body? What happened with the kids and everything? Gravity. At a point in time when when the plane is ascending, right? You have there's this gravity that goes on, and you couldn't hear for a while until the plane settles in the air. How did you feel at that point in time? Let's start from where you bought the ticket and you're heading to the airport. Let's make it fun so we can have we can crack up a little bit. Go ahead.
As quick as possible. That day, you know that anxiety. So we didn't even. I did my wife even sleep before the day we were supposed to travel.
You didn't sleep.
You will sleep. So being on the normal day, usually my sleep is distorted because there's one thing about blindness that naturally, biologically, when the sun is setting, there's something in your brain. I can't remember that name. There's something in your brain that tells you it's time to sleep. So that's why automatically you. So, but for people like myself who don't perceive light, our sleep can be distorted. So my wife didn't even know whether it was the anxiety or the usual day where I'm awake during the night and I'm sleeping throughout the day. So, but for her it was anxiety, But me, I know anxiety. It wasn't. So I remember that day, So the day we started in the morning.
Yeah.
Packing our bags, checking on our bags and everything. And my friend, Sean Williamson, was there. He's listening on this space.
Okay.
Yeah. It's very coincidental that you talk about friendship because this my friend is part of the story as well. Because then when I was driving as an Uber driver, people that I helped, that I thought are friends, it's just like what you said about loyalty.
Yeah.
Sean has been there for me throughout.
Yeah.
And as God realizes, the guy too is there in Canada now.
After you came or before you came?
After I came.
Wow.
I prayed for him because he told me and everything. He's on TikTok. I think he said he's listening on TikTok.
Okay.
So so that day he was with us. We took, I think, another Uber. We took 2 cars because our luggages, we had the privilege to take 7 luggages.
I can imagine.
I think it was 7. Yes. Is it 7? Yes, 7 luggages. Then apart from that, and luggages.
So before you proceed, was it a visiting visa or medical visa?
It was a study visa. So
Study.
my wife
Okay. Go ahead.
So that's how we it was in the evening. I remember it was towards the evening because our flight was to leave around 11 p.m. So that day, during the day, spending time with family, the family members that are around. Some of them were not around, my sisters, because they are at work. Spend time with mom, ate all the Nigerian food we could eat.
That's good.
You know, because the experience of Nigerian food is not different. I mean, it's totally different, even though you get Nigerian food here.
Yeah.
You know, just the experience that, you know, and, you know, the tears were flowing, you know, and everything. So, it was around 9, we decided to leave. No, was it 9? It was earlier. I think the day was still bright when we left, so we could go do all the booking and everything.
Because of traffic.
Yes. I can't remember. I think Shemu drove my mom's car. Then we took Uber in another car, so I can't remember. I think my wife remembered this one.
Okay.
So we went and we did. So as you know, a lot of things happened. When we got to the airport, I met a friend from university.
At the airport?
Yes, it was even one of their guys working. His
a
dad
staff.
knows politicians and all of that. So it was the guy of NDLEA people, all those NDLEA people.
Okay.
So everything went smooth for me. They were treating me like a king. So he was telling people, we get this for this guy. He took my family, my entire family, to a restaurant. We had a nice time. We ate again.
Wow.
You know, we had a nice time. Shemutu was there with us, my mom. She was just helping me carry my bags and everything, you know. And down to when it was almost time to leave, to board, they put me on a wheelchair. They didn't want to stress me, so they put me on a wheelchair because of navigating around towards entering the flight. So they recommended I sit on a wheelchair because it's not an area I'm familiar with, you know, so I don't just trip and fall or anything. So they put me on a wheelchair and we started moving and everything. So, no, before we moved, that was where the goodbye started. Hugging mom, you know, telling her, you know, all the goodbyes, bye-bye and everything. Shoto was there. We hugged, we shook hands. You know, it was just mom and Shehu. And who else was my family member that followed us? I can't even remember. Funny enough. Okay, yes, those are the people I remember though. You know, because they had to go back home, obviously. So we had our goodbyes, our bye-byes. And by the time we got to where they will start boarding, we were feeling the cold, you know, from there was this big AC close to us. You know, and we started calling, even right there, we started calling our mom. Our mom was, you know, talking to us, getting bored, you know, and all this. So, and before you know, we went into the plane, we sat down. No, before we sat down, we started looking for a place to sit. We had to find the line that would take 4 of us. So we got a spot, we sat down, the children were in between both of us. William was beside me, Star was beside her mom. So we stayed there and it was so tight. I was complaining, that's so plain tight. It was my first time. You know, and I cannot stretch my leg and everything. So I'm not doing I'm not trying to share the way you said that.
Yeah. I mean,
so
go ahead.
Sat down, and there was it. So the feeling of the plane taking off was awkward. I know
What flight was it? What flight was it? Delta?
It was
KLM, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, KLM, okay, all right.
Yeah, so we boarded, and even the flight attendants, very nice. They're making sure I'm okay. That was when I started experiencing the treatment of the Western world.
So the hair hostess, they're obviously they're white, right?
Yes.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
So she made sure I was fine. She told me, in the case, you know, the usual thing they tell you, in the case of any emergency, she was directing me under the seat. I should go for me that no go crash. You know,
it's just a normal protocol.
Yes, usual. So I felt this is under the seat. She put my hand. She made sure that I knew where it was.
Okay.
Down to even when you want to use the toilet during the flight, she will hold my hand like she's my wife. Because it was a lady they assigned to me.
Okay.
So she took me there. She would stand in front of the toilet seat. I mean the toilet door, and wait for me to finish. I don't believe I shit like 2 times.
Of course.
So I was just amazed at the way she was taking care of me. like a more priority like that. It was strange to me. You know, even in Nigeria, yes, you get that priority once in a while, but it was not like this. So, you know, she took me back to the state, and you know, yes, until when we landed, even when we landed.
So when you took off, when the plane took off, the gravity thing will kick in. Were the kids worried? Were they disgruntled? Were
They
they?
didn't even move.
Okay, but you felt it.
Oh, I did. My wife too.
And did you react?
She was holding my hand.
Did you react?
You know, so that feeling of the flight taking off.
So did you react when you felt that that gravity thing?
I just held my wife's hand. And
Okay.
we just,
So both of you were just squeezing each other's hands, right?
oh yes, I didn't know what to experience. I've never experienced it before.
Okay.
So I didn't know. And I was like, is this the thing people say is a big deal? For me, it wasn't really a big deal.
Okay.
You know? After everything, you know, so when the flight was in the air. So as I wrap up, let me just talk about when we arrived at the airport. The first airport was Calgary.
Okay.
So it was we had to split. When we landed, we stopped at Amsterdam.
Okay.
Then from Amsterdam to Calgary. Then from Calgary to Winnipeg, where I am.
Okay.
But even at Amsterdam,
Did you
that was
switch?
when I was-
Did you switch flight or the same plane?
So I don't know if it's the same plane. I don't know, but I just know we had the stopover.
So I mean, obviously. So when you had a stopover, did you leave the plane?
Oh yes, we did, yes.
Okay,
Yes,
so
yeah.
if you left the plane, then there's a possibility that they pulled up another plane for you guys to
Yes,
enter. Yeah.
yes,
So
yes.
but yeah, go ahead.
So they started all the treatment priorities.
So did you guys make a plan for people that will meet you up in Canada? Do you have people waiting for you in Canada? Do you have family members or friends waiting for
we
you in
made that
Canada?
arrangements. We reached out to a church here, and so what I even did. So because as an Uber driver,
So let me get this straight for the sake of people listening. Do you or did you have any family member in Canada at that point in time?
No.
Okay.
No.
Do you have any friends in Canada at that point in time?
No.
No. All right. So was it the school that your wife applied to that came to meet you at the airport?
No.
No,
So,
okay.
so let me tell you how that happened quickly.
Please go ahead.
I remember. So I know how to use the Google Map. People till now, when I'm in an Uber, the Uber driver will be looking at me here. So even here, people are surprised that I'm able to use the phone the way I'm using it. The guy will say, "Is that your map?" Several times I've had that kind of reaction. Yes, this is my map, and it tells me when turn left. I know it tells me all the streets and everything. So what I did, the smart thing I did was I looked at that area. I searched on my Google Map the area of the flight, and I searched for organizations that could be a potential help for me. So I realized there was one redeemed church like that.
So was it before you left Nigeria or
Before we left Nigeria?
okay?
So I searched all the way from Nigeria. I searched around Winnipeg, close to that airport.
Okay.
So I said the closest, organizations or places. So the place that came, that was showing, interest or in helping people pick up and all of that was that church. So I reached out to them. I told them this and this and this, and that I will be coming to Canada and everything. It was even so coincidentally, I knew someone on Twitter that even knew the pastor's wife. So it was just like a coincidence, so that was how we got close to them.
So when you contacted them, did you speak to them over the phone or it was via email?
It was over the phone.
Like you spoke on the phone, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we spoke
All
on
right.
the
Go
phone.
ahead.
So we spoke on WhatsApp. So that was how we connected with them. So there was actually people waiting to pick us. But what I wanted to share was when we got to let me just fast forward to when we got to when we were going to clear us, check our papers while you're here in Canada and all of that. So we got there and we had things that we're not supposed to bring in, like powdered milk, cow skin.
So
That's
now
what we
now you're talking about when you got through immigration in Canada, right?
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
Yes. So when we got there, even before we went to the immigration stand where the immigration officers were, the way my wife was so surprised when they were treating us. So there was a lady, an immigration officer, wait for my seat because she knew that my wife needed help. That my kids, I put my kids on I was sitting on the wheelchair. Both my kids were on my leg. So they knew my wife needed help because there was also a trolley that my wife was pushing luggages. You believe that this lady left her seat and was pushing the luggage? We're telling her, take you. Say, no, don't take me. It's my job. Eh? I said, it's your job. So it was so strange to me. Acting with an immigration officer in Nigeria, live in seat. They will even collect queries. But because they saw that this person needed help, this is why my wife needed help. So long story short, they were just treating me, even down to when they wanted to remove the powder milk, they said it's not allowed, the cow skin. And they said, no, don't worry. It even delayed our flights. They had to, the flight that we were supposed to enter, we had to wait for the next flight. So they helped us. They asked my wife, where are you here? She showed them everything. It was University of Manitoba, precisely.
Okay.
That's the school that she's in. So, yeah, that's how everything happened. They treated us so well. So well. Like, even the man who was asking me questions was, it was so different from other people. You could tell that especially when they see a person with disability, the way they just quickly call somebody, get the wheelchair, you will literally hear them saying, get the wheelchair for this man, he needs support and he needs aid and everything. So it was just an amazing experience,
Okay, beautiful. Thanks. That's beautiful. So the next question is, so when your wife settled down with schooling and everything, so where were you guys staying? Did you stay with someone temporarily before you got your own place, or what? How did that happen? You guys have your own place now, right?
Oh yes.
Okay.
We are actually staying in a subsidized housing because of, again, disability.
That was when you first got there, right?
No, that was so initially when we got here. There was also an arrangement that was done. There was a lady living for Nigeria, who had our rent was still active. So she gave us her apartment. All we did was we paid $600. It was a 1-bedroom apartment. So we arrived there and we stayed there for 3 months.
600 Canadian dollars, right?
Yes, 600 Canadian dollars. But God bless my wife's uncle. He was the one that paid for that first 3 months. So my wife's uncle.
So it was 600 monthly.
Yes, 600 monthly. Yes.
Okay.
So my wife's uncle was actually in Ontario.
Okay, he's in Canada, right?
Yeah, he's in Canada, but he's not in Winnipeg.
Okay, all right.
So he's in Ontario, so he was the one that paid for those first 3 months. But so how did the place we are staying right now is actually subsidized housing, and I need to really share how we got it because it was also a shock, And there was this Christmas hamper that they brought the last Christmas.
2024.
They had this 211 number.
You mean 2024 Christmas?
Yes, last Christmas.
Okay.
Yes, not this one that passed. The
2023
Christmas.
2023 Christmas, you mean?
Yes. So that was the time we needed an apartment. We couldn't pay. My wife's uncle couldn't continue that payment. It was just just to help us in our arrival.
Of course. I mean, 2-3 months, you guys should actually settle down and figure out something.
Even though we had money for rent, we're still trying to, save that money because it wasn't much from the money that was donated to us.
Yeah.
We couldn't take it for long. We had to save a lot of resources because there was school fees that needed to be paid, 1 or 2 things that needed to be done, and all of that. Kids, childcare, and everything. So, I remember that this Christmas hamper, someone told us about it. They said we should call, and we called. So by the time they brought the Christmas hamper, there was a card where it says call 211 yada 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 to get house assist or subsidized housing, and I gave it a try. So I called. I kept on disturbing them, and as God will have it, voila, we got to this place. And it's a 2-bedroom flat actually. And I'm literally not even paying rent.
Okay.
Because
So
my
before you proceed,
disability benefits.
yeah. It was Christmas 2023, right?
Oh yes.
So you got an amper and you found a number there.
Yes.
So
They gave us a card.
it was from that card you started calling them. So how long did it take you to secure an apartment from that December? What month? Was it the same month, January, February? How long did it take you to secure an apartment?
So we secured an apartment. So we're still there. We're still in that house till I think January, February.
So you were still in the other apartment till January,
Because we
February.
arrived Canada November 23rd.
Okay.
So December, January, February. That was where we paid rent. Those $600.
For where you are right now.
No, in that initial place. The place where we arrived and stayed.
Okay, so I'm trying to work on time frame here for people to understand how fast it is their customer service work and how things work in a very smooth manner. So you got to Canada in November, and it was during the Christmas period when the amper thing came through, and you gave it a shot.
Yeah.
So you called the number. So you called the number in December. Let's just say,
December,
let's just write off December. December is out of it because Christmas is 25th. So let's just say Christmas is out. So the next year, which is 2020 or which was 2024. So which month or what month in 2024 did you now move to your current apartment?
So we moved in March.
So you moved to the new apartment in March 2024, right?
Yes, where we are right now.
Where you are right now. So when you made that call, did they approve you immediately?
So no, because I kept on calling. Usually there exists a long wait hours, long wait time. Sometimes you can call and wait for an hour sometimes, but it's understandable. There are a lot of wait time, so I kept on calling in between January and February. So it was the ending of February we got the good news that they have given us the apartment.
So why do you think that happened?
Well, so from what they told us, because when we were wrapping up everything, from what they told us, it was because of my disability. There were even other people waiting on the waiting list, but because of they still are, obviously they can't leave children to be out there,
of course,
and they realized that because we told them that we don't have any place to go, we don't have enough money to sustain our rent, and everything. If we say we should rent 1 or 2 months, all the money we finish, so we just give it a try, and so to me, I feel it was just based on my disability and children, because they don't joke with children here.
Of course, yeah, that's a good point.
Season. Winnipeg it will get to -16, sometimes -20. Obviously, you cannot leave a child in that kind of weather.
That's correct.
So those were the things they considered. So I think they live in emergency apartments for people like me. So that was how I got it.
All right. So but the person that paid for 3 months for you guys paid for 3 months in advance, right?
No, he kept on sending money to us.
Okay. All right. That makes sense. Yeah. So I was thinking, the reason why I asked those questions, so I was thinking maybe it was due to the fact that you guys had already made a down payment for 3 months. That was why it took them that much. Okay, so that made a lot of sense. So you moved to your new apartment, which you are currently now, and it's more or less like you're not paying anything. Because I was going to ask how you guys handling the rent, because your wife is obviously schooling and probably working part time, and if you're schooling, they give you a certain amount of hours you can work in a week, in a month rather. I think it's about 20 hours or something like that. So how has that been able to carry you guys along with 2 kids and yourself? She's the only one working, she's the only one schooling, and she'll probably be the one to come back home, cook and prepare the kids, put them to bed and all that. How is that working out?
Well, so first of all, I would say, different scenarios. There is support from one or two people here and there.
Okay.
Which I'm not going to mention.
Yeah, that's
or
totally
because
understandable.
anonymous,
Absolutely, absolutely. Go ahead.
So one or two, they would still, try to support us once in a while. That's one. Secondly, I'm under a coverage called Manitoba Disability Support. So I'm not going to mention the amount so that people don't, some Nigerians don't go and start asking for money. So I'm not going to mention the amount, but it's
so Manitoba Disability Support.
Yes. So it's enough to at least get my children groceries. It's not much. It's not elaborate. It's not extra. They know how they measure these things. They look at your wife's income. I am unemployed, obviously, at the moment. They look at the number of children you have, so they know that I have toddlers. So those are the things they look at. So when I say literally, I'm not even paying for rent for now, is the total amount, they've already added it. So the housing, the government housing, subsidized housing, they have an affiliate with Manitoba Disability Support. So it goes straight from Manitoba Disability Support to my landlord. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So literally the rent is no more than $500. So they add that, they've already deducted it plus the monthly benefits that comes to me every month. So it's true that amount with my wife's job that we have been managing, plus the support of people here and there once in a while. So that's how we have been managing.
All right.
Yeah,
I mean, so I just checked the site now, and Manitoba Disability Support, great organization. So this is an NGO, right?
Would I call it an NGO?
Yes, it is an NGO actually. So they have people. Okay. Yeah, they have they explain how they make their own money, how people support them. So here's my point. We have NGOs like this in Nigeria, but guess what? One greedy bastards will be at the top of affair, scooping all the money, using it to build house in his own village, using it to send his own kids to school, and do all sort of things. So they have a program whereby they help people with disability, and not just they just help people randomly. They don't care who you are. You have stay, you don't have stay, you have papers, you don't have papers, they don't care. As long as you're a human being. And they have categories. If you have one child, they know how much you're qualified for one child. And it's not just about having one child. The age range of your children matters, because they believe children at certain age requires or demand certain attention and certain needs, right? So the age is more important to them. So they put all these things into consideration to figure out how much it's good enough to actually give you. And this amount is monthly. And from the figures I'm seeing here, imagine having 1 million people in need of such help, and you have enough money to help these people in Canadian dollars. That would never happen in Nigeria. This is a point I'm trying to pass across to the people. That would never happen in Nigeria. We had a system, a so-called health insurance in Lagos, Ilera Eko. There is no provision for blind people. There is no record of the whole 1 million subscribers or 1 million registered people that they have there. There's no record of the treatment. From what I'm seeing here, he just mentioned it. I checked and I can see the amount of people that have actually benefited from this transparency. You would never see that in Nigeria. And by the way, They're not bothered about if he's a Nigerian, Ghanaian, Kenya. They're not bothered if he's a citizen or not. His human being is on their soil, and they treat him as a human being. Regardless his tribe, regardless his religion, regardless his sexual preference, regardless where he's from. These are the issues. He's a blind person in Canada and he's getting help. So imagine what will now happen if he was a citizen of theirs in Canada. That is the difference between what you go through in Nigeria and what you go through in Canada. This young man was once in Nigeria. Nigeria happened to him. He got blinded in Nigeria. And the most help he got from Nigeria was a pack of noodles or spaghetti and a Pepsi. And that was it. At the point in time, I think I heard you on your space. Was it one of the spaces you held, or you were given a submission on the space, and a couple of your friends that you know back home, they're now begging on the street now. They're begging on the street.
Yes, 100%.
They're on the street begging. But initially, I think it was about you coming on social media and being active and everything, and they just discarded you like you're wasting your time and everything. But eventually, maybe you called home and they are reaching out to you. They need help, and you got to realize that these are people that Nigeria happened to, but they're not deliberate about their actions on how to move forward. And now it has gotten worse that they are now on the street begging for money, like by the roadside, begging for money. Which leads me to my next question. When was the last time you went to bus stop to beg for money? In Canada?
Never. Instead, even jumping on a bus. Oh God. God bless this country. Even jumping on a bus, Jimmy. Because I'm usually going out with my wife, but if I'm alone, for example, the bus will stop and make sure that the moment I stretch my leg and my white skin, I'm touching the entrance of the bus. They've trained them that way for that bus to be accessible also for someone on a wheelchair. So the bus will even open the door, the bus driver will tell me the number of the bus. So people will literally even help you, they'll guide you and everything. So there's nothing like begging here. Instead, they treat you like a king.
Beautiful.
So,
yeah, I mean, I just had to ask that for the purpose of people that will be listening to this later on and the people listening currently. So my next question is, what was your first impression of Canada when you got here?
My first impression of Canada. So let paraphrase the question. Is it in terms of culture shock or?
So let me put it this way. Your first impression of Canada, the moment you stepped out of the plane. For instance, when I first left the shore of Nigeria in 1999, I went to the UK. And the first time we stepped out of the plane, it was cold, obviously. And it smelled differently. Like the smell, I had the impact of fresh air for the first time in my life. It felt, the environment smelled absolutely different. It's the cold hitting my skin. My skin changed within 2-3 days. Like when I got into the shower, I had a serious bath and I could see dirt coming out of my body. I'm not sure if there was something in the water. I wasn't certain of that, but the atmosphere was different. I had a different, I slept differently, and when I woke up the next day, it was absolutely unusual. There was no sound of hearing car horn all over the place. There was no sound of that. It was absolutely different. And by 4 a.m. in the morning, I could see the sun. I was wondering, 4 a.m. in the morning, I could see the sun. I'm not saying this to spite you, but it was just to give an example of the difference and the change of environment I felt at that point in time. There was no noise pollution. It was a sign of you are alive. It was a sign of this is what living as a human being should be. It was a sign of now you are living as a human being. The fact that I couldn't hear the sound of people yelling, people horn or bike horning, cursing themselves, or generator, my goodness, it was a blissful experience, and till now I will never forget that experience. Okay, but
I understand the question.
yeah. So now, the moment I'm going to combine the question now. It's what was your impression of Canada, and how did you adapt? How quickly did you adapt to the environment of Canada?
So, like you said, so the cold is number one. You never get used to it. They call this place Winnipeg, but they also call it Winterpeg, because sometimes Winnipeg gets as cold as minus 50 sometimes. So they say that kids cannot go to school, everybody's dangerous, and stuff like that. That was that. Then, just like, in fact, it's almost the same thing with what you said, but there was this feeling of freedom. I'm in a land of the free, even though it's similar to America, where I know that I have this freedom to speak. I'm someone that I like my human rights. I advocate for humanity. People shouldn't be just like what happens in Nigeria. If you speak, they say they'll be arresting people. I check on Twitter now. When Justin Trudeau makes a post, you see Canadians in their numbers. I'm like, hey, they'll be in Nigeria. You see them cursing him, calling names. I'm not saying that it's right, though. What I'm trying to say is that I could sense that feeling that I'm in a country that cares about humanity, that is very, very big on human rights. Especially experiencing it as a person with disability. Also for my children, I just knew that things would be better for my children. I felt the security for them. It wasn't even the education part. It was just that security. I'm very big on my children. Also my wife, knowing fully well that, unlike Nigeria, when my wife was, going for jobs, trying to do one or two things, and it wasn't working, she wasn't getting the job that she deserves and all of that. Here, you work and you get your. I'm also planning to work as well. I'm not just saying that. Oh, my wife is going to be working. Everything is in place for you. I am being trained for free. They train you at your own pace. They will be telling you, Tommy, are you sure that this? You said it will tire you. Tommy, are you sure you don't want to take that? There's this sense of belonging that, you literally feel like you're really a human being. Because to me, in Nigeria, the Nigerian government doesn't see the average Nigerian as a human being. I'm so sorry to say. From the experience, that's the difference of experience that I've experienced so far. And permit me to say this. When I was in Nigeria, when I was complaining about the doctors not coming to, so I complained, my people complained on social media. They gave me an appointment for 1 week, and it damaged me as severe as the eye damage. The doctors did not come for 1 week. They came after like a month. So we made it public. On a normal day, what is the good government supposed to do? Oh, get this guy, talk to the right people to do do your job, treat this guy and everything. But what did we get? We're called general manager of Lastwood then, and the first thing he said is, I'm sorry, very arrogantly, not even minding whether this guy is still depressed, he's still going through one or two things. The next thing he said, I'm sorry for what happened to you, but why are you reporting on social media?
Oh, I think I heard that part.
So I didn't feel that. I didn't feel like a human. So I was like, these are the things I was experiencing that made me make that decision as well. Leaving Nigeria. Then now compare this to when my child did not have daycare, and they saw me on news. So my news was I posted it. I think it was last month or so. And I was on CBC News. They interviewed me and my wife. CBC, I can never forget the name of the reporter. Sobini Ahmed. I think she's from Palestine also. So she came to my house. They interviewed us. They put it out there.
In Canada?
Yes, here in Canada. Why am I saying this? When that interview came out, because I was surprised that I'm a person with disability, because I was taking care of my children. My life was imposed. I could not do anything. I could not train. I could not develop myself. Only my wife was working. I didn't want that to be a continual. I didn't want that to be. I don't want all the body to be my wife. In fact, I don't always want to be with my wife. I believe that I can do something that, even though I'm a person with disability, even though in Nigeria, as a person with disability, you see people who are qualified, they are discriminated, they don't get the job. They first look at you and say, are you sure you can do the job? But here it's different. So what am I trying to say? Why did I make this comparison? The government heard about me, coincidentally, I'm comparing both governments. Do you know that someone heard about me? How did I know? It was one of the head nurses that was telling my mom, because how would the general manager of this reach out to me in the first place? Because probably he had reached out to him and said, this guy probably trying to shut him up or something. Because that was the energy he was giving me. But here, they didn't shut me up. Instead, what did they do? They said that an organization called Early Child Care, Learning, whatever, yada yada. They were the ones calling organizations
on your behalf.
On my behalf. Because they're like, no, this can't be. This guy should get child support. So, long story short, do you know that there was a child care just across the street that had space for both my children? But only because I made that call and we had that interview. They had to call that. So they said that we're calling them repeatedly until my children, now they're in child care. They are there now.
Wow.
They didn't shut me up. They didn't tell me this Nigerian coming to, it was just me saying, oh, my child don't have, my children don't have child care. I didn't even complain about the government that they are not giving child. That was what I just did. I just shared my story. They shared the story of how I was parenting myself, feeding my children myself. And that was all. But all they saw was that this man we should treat him with preference. That was what I saw. Because they're keeping up with me, they're keeping tabs with me, they will call me, they will say, told me, Freight House, the name of the child care is Freight House. Freight House called you. I'll say, they've not called me. These people will call them again until my children got child care. So I did that comparison, man, to let you know, it's totally
and that was the reason why I asked you if you gave birth to them in Nigeria or in Canada, and you replied you gave birth to them in Nigeria. And regardless, they are getting an educational treatment, and it's free. Yes. That is the advantage. That's the benefit of a country that works. That's an advantage and the benefit of a country that works. And to the topic, Nigeria broke me, but Canada is piecing me back together. From everything you've experienced, from everything you've gone through in Nigeria, a lot of people here on Twitter can testify to your story, and they knew what you went through. But at that point in time, Nigeria could not offer you anything, because the structure of how things work in Nigeria was not beneficial to you, was not going to be productive for you in any way. But regardless the fact that you came from a country that the system doesn't work, you went to a country that the system works, and you're being treated like a human being. They don't care about your status. They don't care about what you're bringing to them. They're caring about you benefiting from them. You benefiting as a human being. You being treated as a human being. And that's just what it is. And the fact that you said something at the beginning of this podcast, and I'm going to repeat it. You said you are getting educated on how to be a professional massage therapist or something like that. And you said you were given a laptop. A laptop for a blind person. Do you know how much they sell the laptop? Did they charge you for that laptop? Did you pay for that laptop? No, you didn't. Which is going to lead me to my next question. What technology and accessibility have you been pivotal to in Nigeria and in Canada? In Nigeria, we clearly know what you had access to, which was spaghetti, a bottle of Pepsi, and a cane that was given to you by a Canadian organization in Nigeria, right? But in Canada right now, you said they just gave you a laptop. They know you cannot see, which means they gave you a laptop specifically designed for the blind people, right?
Yeah.
Right. So, can you do the two comparison technologically based on what you've gained in Nigeria? We know what you've gained in Nigeria. I repeated it again. A pack of spaghetti, Pepsi, and a cane. Let's just give them the cane. Let's not have Canadian organization. Let's just give them, right? But in this instance, I remember clearly you shared with us how they brought someone to your house to help you know about the environment of your house. They call it mapping. They actually sent someone to let you know how to move from one place to the other. And regardless the fact that the eye is the most powerful senses of our body. After the eyes is the ears. They know when the eyes are gone, what you are left with, or the second most sensitive and powerful is the ear. They're not banking on that. They had to send a specialist to come to your home, putting you into consideration of how you can move around in your house. The Canadian government will be paying that person. That person is not doing it for free. You never got that in Nigeria.
Yeah.
And the laptop, which is the technological part I actually want to hint about, I would love you to do that comparison, and I would love you to speak more about that laptop, how important that laptop is to you, the features of those of that laptop, and the benefits you get from that laptop that will benefit your life, the life of your children, and the life of your family as a whole, as a human being. Can you differentiate that, please?
Okay, so I have to answer this question this way, permit me.
Go ahead.
When I talked about being a massage therapist, obviously, before you become a massage therapist here, you have to go to that school.
Of course.
So I did massage therapy as a blind person.
Oh, you've already gone for that?
Oh, yes, in Nigeria.
Okay.
So but you can't. It's a system that works. You can't do that until you go for the school. So even though it's something I'm passionate about, I've always loved, massage therapy and everything. Even before I became there's several times I wanted to do it, but there was no time. I was so focused on work, business, and everything. So I did my research before coming to Canada. What are the jobs? And I did that on ChatGPT. You'd be amazed how blind people use ChatGPT. So I did that so that was 2023 when we knew that we had the visa. So there was this short course. I just wanted to have an idea of it which I could do back in Nigeria. So I just did the theory part. So, Swedish massage and the likes, deep tissue massage. So I realized that when getting here, you also have to go to the school. So that is what led me to learning how to use my laptop. Now, to go to a school here or to even work here, to be employed, you have to be able to use your laptop. So for CNIB, so there's the organization called CNIB, in case if you want to look that up, and also Vision Loss Manitoba. So Vision Loss Manitoba works with CNIB. Vision Loss Manitoba was the organization that is government funded that provided a man, his name is Colin, very nice guy, you know, he's a white guy, treated me like, God, you know, he took his time to train me. They called, so he started with rehabilitation, understanding the Canadian environment, going outside, learning how to go downstairs, knowing where to stay, and wait for a taxi to come and pick you up, you know, just around, you know, just take me around, you know, navigation and everything, you know, that was what he helped me with. So obviously you have to learn that first. Now, there was also, what else did he teach me that was totally different? What they also asked was also if I have a white cane. Then also another thing I realized they do, so which I told them I did. So they always give me a white cane. I told them I already have. So another thing I know that they do is that they keep in tabs with you. They will call you for meetings. They will call you to meet other people in your situation. You know, at CNIB, you know, they call for meetings. It's an organization that organizes stuff. You get to meet other people. That wasn't in Nigeria. All government funded as well. It's under CNIB. They make you to have a sense of belonging. They make you connect to people that understand you. And there's no discrimination. They didn't ask, where are you from, or are you a citizen? But as long as you have a disability, you will belong to something. You know. So, thirdly, the laptop too. As I speak, there's a girl called Andrea. She works with CNIB as well. They've done that, the laptop and everything. So right now, I never knew I could do this, Jimmy. I can literally type now on my laptop. I can go on a Google search. You see, phone is actually easier.
Wow.
But do you know what it is? To be able to type, you have to learn where the letters are. If you have a laptop in front of you, just do a trial. Try and type with your eyes closed. So, and that's why when you explain about how sensitive we are as blind people and everything. So, anytime I open my laptop, I already have a picture of where the letters are.
Of course.
It is already saved in one side of my head. Because every time I'm doing the training, I know where the home keys are. ASDF, GH, JKLM. So, my left finger, my left hand, my left finger, my pinky finger, there's this app on the laptop that teaches me typing. I posted it on Twitter at a point. If somebody can rephrase that, I really appreciate it. How I'm learning the laptop. I posted it on Twitter, yes, I remember. My pinky finger, it will tell you that your pinky finger to touch Q, all you need to do is raise your pinky finger from A to touch Q up.
Wow.
So over time, when you learn that over time, if you see how fast I am, I will create a video on it. So you know that today say that when a blind person is working at an organization, people who are started will be looking at the guy and say, "Guy, you are faster than me."
Wow.
So it's so amazing, you know. So they just take their time, they teach you and everything. So right now, I'm in the process of my next appointment. The lady is on break. My next appointment is actually on the 20th. We'll now resume fully again. I was doing a lot of training late last year, you know. So it has been a wonderful experience. So I have to learn that so that when I start school, you know, writing exams, you have to be able to learn the laptop to write the exams. That is what I need that for. But I'm really passionate. And also, let me say this: blindness and massage
course.
So a client will be comfortable with a blind. Now also, the blindness and being sensitive, you are dealing with your hand. They will appreciate a blind person doing a massage on them than someone that can see.
True.
Because you are sensitive to, the joints.
True.
What your massage is muscles. That's
True.
usually what you massage.
True.
When
True.
you go to massage therapy.
Yeah.
You are aiming for muscles. A blind person will easily detect where muscles are in the body, even than someone that can see.
Okay.
Do you know why? Because for someone who is sighted, you are focused, you are relying on your eyes. So I learned that with blindness, you are relying on your sense of touch.
Yeah.
You are only seeing outside the skin. You are just seeing skin. But we are seeing the tissue with the fingers. And fingers have nerve endings. A blind person's nerve endings is more sensitive than the average person. So I hope that answers your question.
It did actually. It did. And you answered it in a very fantastic manner. We're getting close to the end of this podcast, but I still have a couple of questions before I give my last monologue, and I'll open the speaker section for people to ask questions on both TikTok and on Twitter as well. So a lot of people have been commenting, sending me DMs. They're impressed and they're happy for you. They love what you've been sharing with them. Quite amazing to a lot of people. People have been sending me DMs to appreciate the podcast and the information they're benefiting from this. But yeah, we do this every Friday. But before I do that, let me sell my market small.
Shaped by events and happenings. How do we keep up with the trends? How do we get a hang of facts and vices playing out around us? Join Off the Cuff with Jimmy, where unscripted, uncensored, and unforgettable controversial family and social topics are discussed by different people across the globe. Topics ranging from depression, abuse, homosexuality, marriage, sex, anxiety, drugs, suicide, mental illness, bigotry, near-death experiences, parenting, PTSD, racism, culture, rape, peer pressure, abortion, and many more. Listening on Fridays, 10 a.m. Central Time Zone, via YouTube at Off the Cuff with Jimmy, TikTok at Off the Cuff with Jimmy, and X Off the Cuff Jimmy. Join us to explore today and tomorrow while shedding some outdated views from yesterday. If you want your story to be heard, contact us via WhatsApp +1773 461 7622 or X handle at Off the Cuff Jimmy. Just in my mind, Yans Jimmy.
Taciturnity, they say, precursors ill luck, while the problem shared is definitely half solved. Ọ̀rọ̀ tí bá ń gbé lọ́kàn tá a bá ń ṣe mọ́nú lásán bí èkó inú àgolo, ó ṣeé ṣe kó gbòdì sígbésí ayé ẹ̀dá. Ẹ pàdé Jimmy Hawk lórí ètò tá a pè ní Off the Cuff with Jimmy. Where conversations flow, breaking silence, sharing stories of struggles and hope to repair from darkness to light, engaging real guests, narrating life ordeals from personal experiences and overcoming them, discussing emotional issues ranging from marriage, rape, religion, abortion, parental failure, death penalty, depression, siblings rivalry, social media addiction, suicide, healthcare, etc. Off the Cuff with Jimmy. Ní gbogbo ọjọ́ Friday, 10 a.m. Central Time on X, TikTok, Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram. You can't afford missing these.
All right. Welcome back, guys. Welcome to Off the Cuff with Jimmy. Sorry about the short break. Tommy, I remember you mentioning this as one of your best songs. I had to put it up for you. So, thanks for people that are just joining. This is Off the Cuff with Jimmy. I do this every Friday. where we discuss live issues, experiences with people across the globe. It's not a political space. It's not a political platform. I don't do politics on this one. I don't care what political affiliation you aligning to, APC, PDP. I don't care. Right here, I'm human, and I treat you as such. That's what I do here every Friday. And thanks to people watching me live on TikTok. People can see me live on TikTok, and I have people on Twitter as well listening to the topic right now. This is beautiful. Having Tommy, we've all heard Tommy share his story, experience, becoming a blind person in Nigeria. Nigeria happened to him, right? And Canada is piecing the damages. Canada is bringing him back now. He's been sharing his experience in Canada and how the transformation of a blind man is shaping his life in Canada, a system that works. And for the benefit of those joining late, I do this every Friday, and I'll be uploading the full length of the interview on my YouTube channel. You can check it out. But follow the handle, and you get updates, and whenever I put it up, you follow it up. And for people on TikTok, I mentioned at the beginning of the conversation, this might be the last conversation or podcast I'll be holding on TikTok due to the politics going on regarding TikTok. We've been hearing this banning thing going on, and the possibility of TikTok getting banned permanently or Elon Musk taking over is very high. Sunday is meant to be the next hearing about it, and by Monday, Trump is going to be sworn into office. We don't know how that's going to play out, but yeah, we're looking forward to that. But for the meantime, I'm flexible enough to make a transition to YouTube, but I'll keep my people updated to let you know what's going on. So if you have questions for Tommy, we're getting close to the end of the podcast. You can request for the mic on Twitter, and you can do the same on TikTok as well. You come up, you engage Tommy, whatever you have to say to him. But before we do that, I've got a couple of more questions before I get to my closing remarks about this wonderful young man. I want to ask, what is your daily activity as a blind man in Canada? If you can describe it to us, you don't have to, you can skip whatever you want to skip, but as a blind man in Canada, what is your daily activity like as a father and as a husband? What is your daily activity like? Thank you, Tommy, as you answer that.
So I'm someone that likes. So let me start from the day, like the beginning of the day to the end of the day, right? And I run through it. So when I wake up in the morning, most of the time, so I even created a funny content about it, where I have to wake my wife up. She likes sleep a lot, but me, I'm not the one I'm not a sleeper. Sometimes I wake at night thinking, planning, do one or two things, either playing music or listening to a movie. I love movies. I can't dispute that. So when I wake up, I'm awake, and my wife is there, and I'm like, okay, babe, wake up. And she's always dry because obviously she's tired from work. And a big shout out to my wife. She's just trying her best. She's doing wonderful, and I always appreciate that. So I wake her up. She drags me. She takes her time and everything. I have to give her like 30 minutes. So if she's to wake up by 5:30, I'm waking up from 5 because I know it's going to take a while before she stands up. So I give her that time. So wake her up, start with the kids. She tells me, so she goes to pick any of them to bath, and I'm waking up the other one. So if it's William, wake up, tickling him, wake up William, and play around with him, sometimes carry him, to the bathroom when Tara is done with her own bath. And once in a blue moon, I won't say once in a while, I bath my kids. My wife always prefer that she baths them because my own bathing is not perfect. I want my children to always have their bath very well.
Before you go put soap for the picking high.
Exactly. In fact, I'm not even told that. That's usually my fear. I'm putting soap in her mouth and I can't see it. All those things. I'm just listening now and it's like, oh, so this is why. It's not like I can't do it all the time, but I don't want her to feel bad about it.
I mean, of course, in your condition, you're making efforts to support her. That is wonderful enough. But yeah, I mean, this is just on the funny side, but I totally understand. Go ahead.
So yeah, we prep the kids for childcare. I sometimes make his Williams cornflakes. It's a food I cannot do. My wife will do it once in a while. So I make Stars food, just to support once in a while. But most times in the morning like that, when I drop them, I'm listening to radio. I like to know what's going on around me. Even Canadian news, Nigerian news, I'm everywhere. So the next thing we do is my wife puts them on a twin stroller. We had to save up money for a twin stroller, but it was gotten from a thrift store, so it wasn't a new one. So sometimes my wife, because of the snow, sometimes she's dragging and she comes back home, tells me how my daughter is screaming, mommy, and I smile and cry at the same time. I feel bad about it. If this kind of thing that I like driving. If I was driving, my children will not go through all of this. So she comes back. If you diss me, the snow was too much today. I had to be pushing the stroller. My son self will even be gingering. Mommy, don't worry, you can do it. Mommy, you can do it. In fact, I'm telling you what she told me just today. There was a winter storm and everything. So if we had to get snow cover for the stroller.
Okay.
So just so that the effect of the snow will not be too much on my daughter, because she's always shouting because of the cold.
Okay.
Mommy. In fact, she says people stare at her on the road, and those things just get to that. If only I could see. I love driving. She knows me. I love driving. Even my friend who is here will tell you.
Does your wife drive?
If you're an Uber driver.
Does your wife drive?
No. So she passed test recently.
But can she drive? That's my question.
No, she can't.
Okay.
So this year she's planning to learn and everything and go for a driving test. But she has passed her knowledge test. So we are planning to get a small car, by God's grace. We're planning to get a small car. And maybe an old model. I've been told we can see for like $2,000 thereabouts. So we are saving towards that as well. But now back to my day. So my wife comes back. We do one or two things as well. So that at that time we're creating content. We have time to create content. If she's not working in a day, we try to create one or two content. But that was we had a break, and we have been thinking of what we can do recently, which I told you at the back channel that we are planning to start something. So if she's not at home, so if she's not off, she's going to work. I'm at home starting my lessons. So almost I think 3 times in a week, I get to do my lessons. Although I've not resumed, I start my lesson with my trainer, with my computer trainer, and we finish that. I call my wife, text her once in a while, just to let her know that her husband loves her. I reach out to her. How is everything? How is work? She comes back. She has to make sure she's back before the closing hours for the kids. So because it's a full day, they close around 5:30 p.m. So she has to make sure that our schedule. So sometimes she even has to work nights. So recently, that last video you saw,
yeah,
she was actually working nights. So my daughter woke up all of a sudden, and she decided to be stubborn, She just decided to be like, a child, like every other child. So I couldn't sleep and everything. So it, my day basically is just, trying to live my life like the normal human being, but also living around my disability. So at the end of the day, they come back, we all talk, we have dinner together, we have a dinner table, we talk, and we just, sometimes talk about the day, talk about the struggles. Even recently, we are weighing my wife's school, and it's a lot, but we couldn't pay the balance last year. So the good thing about this place again, they can give you structured payment. So after I bamboozle, I wind them. They told me to pay at once. I said, babe, let me draft the message myself. So I drafted the message. I said, see, I drafted as if she was the one typing. So I said, blah blah blah. This is my condition. I'm the only one working. I was drafting as my wife. I'm the only one working. We did this. That was yesterday. I'm the only one working. We have 2 kids. Take care of them is a lot. Please, can you give us a structured payment? I even attached my doctor's report and my CNIB card that, see, my husband is blind, he's not employed yet, and all of that. You believe that these are the people that they stop on, they wanted us to pay full payments. Now they've given us 8 months. So they structured it divided by 8 months. I'm not going to mention the amount.
Wow.
So they divide it to 8 months. So it's now easier for us to pay.
That's good.
But it's going to be a burden. But so as it is, I'm going to spend almost all my disability benefits to pay that. While it's not going to be an extra stress on my. But as a new immigrant, all of these challenges will come.
Of course.
So I don't put it out there. This is what we are doing.
Of course. I mean, the point is you're doing everything to have good and quality time with your family, and
yes.
You are an exceptional man. I'll say that to you from what I've heard today. You have the will, you have the zeal to keep pushing, you have the will to keep fighting, you have the will to be there for your family and to play a fatherly role for your kids and to support your wife. It's a beautiful thing, and it shows that being blind is not the end of the world. It has to do with you personally. If you still believe you can make an impact regardless of your condition. Okay, you had the chance of being docile and sitting down on your ass back in Nigeria and just depend on people to keep giving you money, but you didn't settle for that. A couple of your friends did, and they're still reaching out to you for help. I'm not saying it to mock them. I'm just trying to explain the energy you carry. I'm trying to explain what makes you different, what makes you a man, regardless of your disability. And again, I'm going to say to you, you have a reason to leave. Whenever it is, you have that thought at the back of your mind that you can't probably see your kids, but you can hear them, you can feel them, you can touch them, they can spend time with you, you can hear them when they laugh, when they talk, you can communicate with them. It is your responsibility as a father to make sure you hear when they graduate. You are there when they graduate. It is your responsibility as a father to hear when they're getting married, to be there for them when they get married, to hear them, calling them Mr. and Mrs. It is your duty to be there for them. Remember, it's not a situation whereby you give birth to them before you got blind. It was after you got blind. You had the option. They didn't ask to come. You brought them. It's the responsibility of yourself. I'm focusing on you more because when depression sets in, things as little as how am I going to see my kids? Things like that can actually pull you back. And I picked something up today for the benefit of people just joining. At the beginning, you mentioned something I paid close attention to, and I'm glad your wife is listening too. I wrote it down. You need to get a professional help because once in a while, that thought will always come. You need to face that. You need to face that fear And I'm glad you made that statement on my platform. This is one of the reasons why I have this. Your wife is just listening to that. She needs to pay close attention to that as well, so you can address it. And that's why I'm giving you the reason why you shouldn't think otherwise. You don't have to get suicidal. You've emphasized on DK's experience. That was the first episode of my podcast. And my dear sister's experience with depression as well. She tried killing herself 3 times, right? You listen to that testimony and you felt the same thing. It is normal for you to go through that. But if you do that, that will be selfish of you. You're being unfair to your kids. They deserve better. They deserve you to be around when they do great things in life. And I said something about technology the other time. You should put that into consideration. You never knew you could type the way you're typing on your phone. You never knew as a blind person you could use a laptop. And I shared an experience about Yinka Yefele when he had his accident. And they told him he would never walk again. But 2 years ago, he got his accident about 30 years ago. And 2 years ago, someone from America went to Nigeria with an experimental exoskeletal robot like that. And they wore it for him. It stood up. Yinka Yefele stood up on his feet and he was crying because he never expected to even stand. But with the exoskeleton robot, it could stand. He even walked in his office a couple of times. And the way technology is going, the way innovations are coming up, popping up every single day, by the hours, you're gonna see. And at that point in time, we've been seeing videos, we've been seeing clips of kids that were born with deafening ears. They listen to their parents talk to them for the first time. They created a goggle for them to actually see their parent for the first time. We have Meta creating goggle where people can see, cyber. I've forgotten what it is, but you understand what I mean. But the bottom line is, in the nearest future, you will have the capability of actually seeing your kids. There are experimental discoveries going on right now. There are researchers working on people like you right now. So do not give up. It's not the end of the world. And before we go to people that actually want to ask you a question, is there anything you would like to say to your wife that you've not said to her before? Using this opportunity that she's listening on my platform and you're speaking on my platform, is there anything you would like to say to your wife right now as a sign of acknowledgement, appreciation, or the fact that you're married to a gorgeous woman by heart? You're married to a woman of virtue. You're married to a woman every man should be using as a land of asking for a wife. I'm still amazed at the fact that she was willing to marry you after you lost your sight. So it wasn't a situation maybe she married you and that happened. No. Though you guys have been dating, she had the option of checking out. She knew it wasn't a temporary thing. She knew this will be my responsibility till the end of, for better, for worse, right? And she knew that 90%, if not 99.9% of the responsibilities will be placed on her head. She will have to look after you the same way she's looking after the kids. And she still went ahead to do that. I think it's understatement saying she's a great woman, but I would love you to use this opportunity to say whatever it is you've not said to her before. Personally, I'd love you to do that now if you want to.
Thank you so much, Jimmy. I just want to tell my wife, thank you. I want to thank her for being an understanding woman, a friend, a partner. One thing I don't really thank her for is, which I will do here, is the fact that she hardly complains. She makes things easy for me. She knows, just like what you said, that, she has at the back of her mind that this man is not, probably won't be employed at the moment, the responsibility will be on you. She's the one working now. And I want to appreciate her because of, she goes through stress sometimes. She has to do extra sometimes. It's a lot of stress, taking care of children. If, not just women, responsible fathers will understand this. And I know you understand, to me, because I see as a responsible father as well. Taking care of children is something else. Not to talk of also assisting me doing one or two things. Even though I do most of things myself, she has to sometimes get the clothes for me. Then I need to do something, I don't know where it is. She's always there for me. And I just want to use the opportunity to say, Anu Oluwapo, you represent your name. Your name is Mercy. I call her Mercy. I call her Anu. She's such a wonderful person. She hardly come, and I just want to say thank you. Thanks for being there for me. Thank you for being there for the kids. Thank you for being an amazing wife. She, if I'm not stubborn, I go talk her for you. Everybody know. Even at that, she doesn't use it against me. She doesn't say, this man, she don't say, like, even in your condition, like, I've heard people who are in my condition, the people that they are dating or they are married to say, you even in your condition, they do shakara, all those things, and this country is talk. But she understands me. Even though sometimes some of my reactions are because of my condition, she understands everything. It was part of the things that I remember she told me that her mom told her. She literally told me then that her mom told her that, do you know the responsibility you are going into now? So I just want to appreciate her for all what she has been doing, all what she has done, and all what I know that she's still going to do all her sacrifices. And I want her to know, I want you to know that this is just the beginning. I will make sure that you have life in the best way possible. I will always be a wonderful husband to you. I will treat you like a queen. Always. Thank you so much. I'm so grateful. All right, that's it.
Beautiful. Thank you. I'm sure Anu is probably blushing right now. Yeah, she deserves all the good words coming from you. And by the way, before you start your massage thing, your wife should be your first customer. I'm insisting on that.
Always customers, always.
There you go. So yeah, she should be your first customer. She deserves a massage after a long day at work and concentrating on the kids and you. I can only imagine how tiring and exhausting that can be. But yeah, once again, thank you, Anu Oluwapo. God bless you for doing what you're doing. Women like you are very rare, and I believe once I'm settled in this podcast, when I figured out what we're gonna do with TikTok or YouTube, I would actually love to host you. I want to know what it's like in your position, helping your husband and your family, and it will be your husband has played his own part, and he's passing a message, and he has passed a message, great message, to people of disability in his own condition, not to give up, and how he overcame the struggle, everything he had to go through to be where he is right now. But in your own case, it should be a message to women like you, younger, upcoming, that might have such an opportunity of choosing whether to leave or stay. You stayed. I would love to know why you decided to make that decision. I would love to, not just to me, it's going to be recorded, and for posterity's sake, people would listen to why you made your choice and what you've benefited from that and how your life is at this point in time. Not all that glitters is gold, and you actually proved that. I mean,
Jimmy, when we got married, I had roughly 100,000 naira in my account. I kid you not. So this was not a matter of the guy has money.
of course,
Or she might,
obviously,
that's what people speculate sometimes.
obviously,
So he
even
probably had money.
Tommy, even if you had all the money in the world, the fact that you cannot see is a huge impact on that relationship. No matter how wealthy you are, it comes with a lot of responsibility, and the money is just going to make life easier for you, right? But she went above all that. She skipped all that. There must be something unique about you. So I think it has to do more about your personality, and it's a situation of she knowing who you are and comparing it to who you were, right? You've never changed regardless of your situation. And she decided, I'm sticking to that man. This is just an example of for better for worse. And this happened before you guys got married. It wasn't a situation whereby, yeah, because the Bible says for the better for worse, so be it. No, it was a situation at which I've been with this guy, we've been dating, we've been courting, and this happened. I'm not gonna leave him. We'll let it keep going. And that to me is going to make one of my is going to make one of my best podcasts at that point in time. I would love to have an Oluwapo come on my podcast and speak, because I want women, young ladies, to learn from what she had done. Thank you so much once again. And I was gonna also ask about what word of advice would you like to give to people in your situation currently in Nigeria, in Africa, wherever they might be, with less support or a difficult environment in your situation as you were once before? What advice would you give to them?
Okay, so I would say, okay, you mean for anyone in my condition and
Yeah,
around the
for
world,
anyone
right?
in your condition. I mean, let me rephrase. So, starting from when this happened to you, you were not born like this. It happened a couple of years ago, 2019 to be precise. So, looking back at the tragedy that happened, how it happened, how it played out, how you got to realize you will not be able to see again, and how you snapped out of that thought and you decided, you know what, I'm going to keep going. In an environment like Nigeria, you kept pushing on and you did what you had to do. You struggled out of it. You were not listening to the negative words coming from people. You kept pushing, and that led to you writing a book, launching a book, getting the book sold through the right connections, and making use of Twitter contact, and from there seeking to get visa for you and your family, getting the visa, coming down. It's a non-stop battle, and you keep fighting, you keep winning, you keep pushing, you never stopped regardless. And now you are in a system that works, right? Which is just the stepping stone to where you're headed. What would you say to people that are in your situation, or they've been in your situation but still stuck there right now in Nigeria, in Africa, or wherever they might be across the globe, that are not in a system that works?
Okay, first of all, let me just say to them what did personally, and what I feel that to anyone who might just be going through this, the first thing I would say is that accept it. You see, if I didn't accept my disability, I will not even, so there will not be that initial thought of, okay, what can I do now with my life? Before I started realizing, oh, I could be a source of hope or a source of inspiration to people. So there was that, I've heard stories of, other people like myself who are still struggling with acceptance. So accept that disability, accept it. And this is to anyone who might just even be facing any challenge. If it keeps lingering, you will not move forward from it, And if there's anyone similar to my, condition or what happened to me, I also say forgive yourself, and forgive whoever hurt you. If it's maybe driver that was drunk and maybe probably something happened, maybe a person with disability, forgive. Because another thing is that helped me was forgiveness. If I didn't forgive and let go, initially I was angry, I was wishing the guy that did this to me died. But if I didn't forgive, I won't be where I am today, because it will still keep lingering, the thought and the depression and everything. So, and that's number two. Number three, which will be the last one. I tell people that don't wait until life is no longer hard before you decide to be happy. And I repeat that. Don't wait until life is no longer hard before we decide to be happy. Don't wait for perfect conditions. Find the little things around you that will make you happy. At the end of the day, happiness is not a constant thing. But wouldn't you rather be happy? Wouldn't you rather say, I choose life? And I just want to say that sometimes we tell ourselves, wait for the light at the end of the tunnel. But why not be the light in the tunnel? I want to tell that person out there listening to me that you can be a source of inspiration to other people. In that way, you are healing as well. Won't it be a good feeling when you realize that people are inspired because of the way you are living? So I will tell them that be the light in the tunnel. Don't wait for the light at the end of the tunnel. You can be that light that people want to see, people are looking up to. When you share your story, when you put yourself out there, despite your disability, people are encouraged. When I was sighted, I see blind people going out there doing things. I was inspired. So please put yourself out there. Don't hide yourself. Don't lock yourself in. Tell your story, because your story might just be healing to somebody else. You are that source of inspiration to somebody else. So, and I hope this helps. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Tommy. That was beautiful. Thanks for your time. The people that actually wanted to ask you a question dropped. I'm not sure what happened. So guys on TikTok, if you have a question or questions for Tommy, you can send a request, and on Twitter as well, you can send a request. Otherwise, I think I've actually come to the end of my session with Tommy. I exhausted all the questions, and unknowingly he answered a lot of my questions from his responses. So I just had to take them off because it to sound like repetition. But yeah, it was a beautiful engagement with Tommy, and getting to understand what he went through from Nigeria and migrating to Canada, and how life has been with him in Canada. It simply shows that having a system that works really does matter. So when people get aggressive politically, there is a reason why they're doing that. They have a valid reasons for doing that, because it boils down to the people you have in power. Okay, if you put people with lack of sympathy, empathy, and power, they don't care about whatever it is you're going through. If you put the right people in power, they'll put the right benefit. They'll put the right things there for you to benefit from as a citizen. Okay. The social contract has never been respected in Nigeria, but it is something, it is a basic rule, invisible rule, or sort of citizen to government agreement that every country needs to respect. But nobody does that in Nigeria. It was a different thing entirely for us to hear you say all the things you said about Canada and the benefit you've made from that country. You're not a citizen of Canada. Your kids are not. But the help, the support, the enlightenment, and everything you've benefited from Canada is mind blowing. And you're not a citizen. You have no affiliation whatsoever. But they see you as a human being. They see you as someone with disability, and they prioritize disabilities in their country. It's something we could do as well in our country, but the funds that will be dedicated to organizations like that will be mishandled, mismanaged by a greedy, grubby politician that just believes in sending his own children abroad, building houses, buying bulletproof vehicles in his country or wherever. That is what bad governance does to you. If Canada was practicing what we practice in Nigeria, told me you'll probably leave Canada and come back to Nigeria because it will be worse. But that's not the case. What Tommy is going through in Canada, I tell you, is the same thing in America, UK, in a country that the system works. It's not as if they don't have their own corruption as well, but it's not going to hinder the process, the procedure, the requirements for what people need, regardless of their status. As long as you're a human being, you get what you deserve as a human being. At the beginning of my podcast, I spoke about a canine dog that was shot, and they actually flew in a chopper to take the canine dog to an emergency center as soon as possible. And if that had not happened, the dog probably would have died from bleeding. And that was a dog. Do you know the logistical implication of that? Because they figure out, because it was in California, the whole fire burning thing, they figure out driving out of that place to the nearest medical center is probably going to be, almost impossible. Maybe traffic, maybe, burning environment, whatever it is. They had to bring in a chopper. Do you know what it is to pay the pilot to fuel that chopper? And what is that? What's the benefit of that? What's the purpose of that? To pick up a dog. Bingo. Whiskey, Jack. Those are the names you give dogs in Nigeria. To pick that up. A dog that back in Ondo, as they don't shoot them, na meat, na pepper soup. Yeah. As they don't shoot them, ogunye. That's it. Aaron Ogun. Obedi, yeah. And they had to make a conference to address the situation. Now, we're glad to let you know that the dog will leave. A dog. The same thing will happen if it was a cat. You prioritize human life, animal life. It doesn't matter. They don't care. That's the benefit of a system that does work. And thank you so much, Tommy, for coming here. And talking about dogs, I know they have options of what's it called? Giving dogs, dogs to people. Any Ola, can you mute your mic? Sorry. I can see you on the speaker section. Don't worry, I'll come to you in a minute. So I know they have. Ola, can you mute your mic, please? Thank you. So I know they have like guard dogs that and support animals, not just dogs. They have support. They have other animals that do support disabilities, people, blind people, and people that just need you know, help, friendly help, and they allow them into supermarkets and places they wouldn't allow pets usually. So, were you given that option, Tommy? Were you given that option of a guard dog or um, a support dog?
Yeah, so because it's a process, I'm looking forward to that as well. It's a long process getting organizations that forms these things. It's very expensive training a dog and all of that. So when I asked them, they said it's going to be a long process. But when I'm ready, which I'm not ready now, because where I am, they don't even accept.
I was gonna say that because the building, the accommodation, they have their rules. If it's
Yes.
conducive for pets, they will tell you that they allow pets. They tell you don't allow. But in your own case, if it's a support dog, they will allow support dog because most support animals are less aggressive. They've been specifically trained for that, and they put you through.
Yes, that was what they said.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. So it's they can't classify them as pets under any building law or landlord agreement. They consider them as a support animals. So and for support animals, they are absolutely friendly and less aggressive. All they just do is just put you through the part where part of road you're not gonna stumble on top pole or whatever it is, and they have a special lease for them. So the lease is not the ropey, common one that just wiggles. It has a sticky format whereby where the dog goes, as long as you're holding that, you go that same place, and that dog is not going to lead you astray. So I know it can be expensive, but in your own case, it's a procedure, right? And it will get to you at that point in time, and they will put a lot of things into consideration too. You have kids, and there is something people don't know about honing dog. And I got to know this about honing dog. There's a particular infection called danda. You can Google it out. Danda. Google it. Danda. So it is that effect of you sneezing every now and then when you have dogs around you, and it's due to their fur, right? Their fur comes out of their body. It could fly anywhere in the house, and it might just tickle your nose, right? And the moment you start sneezing nonstop, then you are allergic to dander. You can't have dogs in your house. So it could be any of you, and different human beings, different immune system. It could just be one person in the house that is allergic to dander. So if one person in the house is allergic to dander, you need to pay close attention to that. So you start paying close attention to people's reaction whenever the dog is around. So you study if anyone starts sneezing uncontrollably, constantly, then they put all these things into consideration before they conclude on dedicating a dog for you. But other than that, I believe you're in a system that works, and there shouldn't be any problem whatsoever. I'm happy for you. If there's anything, you're in a system that works, and every support you need right now has to be more psychological, more of beneficial therapeutic help, because you're better than a lot of your peers in Nigeria, in Africa. You are way better than them. And I respect the fact that you couldn't, mention a couple of things, which is quite private and confidential. I understand that. But the whole point of the podcast has been achieved. You've clearly stated the differences between your experience in Nigeria as a blind person compared to your experience currently in Canada. Before we wrap up, I can see Eniola on TikTok speaker section wants to say one or two things. I have questions for you. Eniola, how you doing? Are you there? You can unmute your mic.
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you very much for having me.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Tommy, can you hear Eniola? Tommy, can you hear Eniola? Eniola is on TikTok.
Yes, that's actually my friend, the one I spoke about.
Oh, we go. Okay.
Yeah,
All right. Go ahead.
yeah,
Welcome.
yeah. Thank you very much. I was about saying that, but yeah. Uh, well, I'm so happy that at last God came true. Because truly, truly, if Nigeria happened to you, you would know, you understand the consequences.
Hmm.
If Nigeria happened to you, yeah, because it happened to me. Even so, if I, a sighted person, could feel the heat, I could imagine how he was feeling back then. Because we stay very close. When it was in Nigeria, he came to my area. Yeah, that was where he was staying with his family,
Hmm.
and we keep close tab. But prior to, just briefly, prior to when he had the accident, I was the last person he called before he had the incident. Because normally, as guys, Uber drivers, because I was driving Uber as well, so he will call her. He was calling to know if I was at the airport. I told him yes, I was at the airport. He said okay that he will be on the mainland soon. That he's leaving so. I said okay, and that was it. Not until the third day, because I
Third
was the
day.
one even asking around. I was like, what
Third day.
happened?
You
I've
said
not seen. You said?
third day.
Yeah. So I think it happened on Thursday. I didn't hear about it until Saturday.
Wow.
So I was just at the airport in the afternoon, and somebody said they had told me had an incident. Like I heard of the incident, but I never knew it was told me.
Hmm.
So,
So
but immediately I had
you heard a Uber driver was shot.
was shot, but I never knew it was told me, because normally I know. So, but I was inquisitive because I didn't come. I didn't. Friday used to be my break. I used to take break on Fridays. Like I'll just take break. I don't come out. I just stay in Ikorodu. That's my base. So I will not drive. So I just came out on Saturday. So it was towards the afternoon when I had. Immediately I had my system, when your system just erupted and changed.
Mm-hmm.
I just switched. I put off my app, both Uber and Bolt. I put it off. I drove from the airport down to the hospital. And that was it. Like that
So
day I could not walk. Even the next day.
when you heard, was it because initially you said you heard someone was shot, but you never knew it was
Yeah.
someone. So how did you know it was
I
someone?
never knew. So, when we were speaking at we were having, because we have we have a park where we usually park at the airport,
Of course.
like that is designated for us.
Yeah.
So we were just there. So I got to the airport. I came down from my car. I was discussing. So I now eavesdrop on what they were saying. I said, which told me? They said, the same told me now that use a Camry, that Big Daddy Camry. I said, the V6. I said, are you serious? No wonder I've been calling him. So at that point, so people were like, they want to go, but they don't want to leave the airport. I was like, are you crazy? Somebody got shot, and you're thinking of how much you want to make, something that is not, you are not sure of. Get the fuck. I just put off my app. I said I'm going. So some of them came with me. Anyway,
Okay.
I just told them that I was leaving. So I left the airport. I paid out because normally for parking you have to pay. So I just gave them the money. I don't, because normally it's supposed to be the passenger that I pick that will be paying. But I just give them the money that will not, as in, I wasn't even thinking straight, but I was just there. Let me see this guy. When I saw Tommy, I was crying. Yes, uncontrollably, I was crying. And because the site was gory, I won't lie to you. Yeah. So the site was gory, like it was fearsome for me. I was I was thinking, is this guy going to survive? Because I'm sorry to say this, but I'm warranted to say it. Like, don't let Nigeria happen to you, and don't let the general hospital in Nigeria happen to you. That's another thing. If we did not take action, in fact, if the mother's friend, Tommy's mom's friend, if mommy's friend did not come and took action, Tommy might not survive. But if this thing happened here in Canada, Tommy will see again. So I am of the, because his optic nerve. Yeah, I'm serious. If it happened in Canada, Tommy will see, because
That's
it's
a fair
his optic nerve was it got how do I polluted.
Infected.
It got rotten. Yeah, it was the optic nerve that got infected. Yeah, let me use that word.
Clean it up.
And because if it had been attended to,
Yeah,
they delayed the process. They delayed for weeks.
there you go.
Can you imagine? They delayed the process. See, don't let General Hospital happen to you. Don't let Nigeria happen to you first. Don't let General Hospital happen to you again. That's another thing. They delayed the process. Like they were doing it like they didn't treat it like with urgency. They were treating it like, oh,
It wasn't important.
let's take it. Let's take it. You know, like the normal thing. That's their normal way.
The nonchalant.
No
attitude.
urgency. Yeah, very nonchalant. They didn't know what was wrong with it. Was when we got to eye care. That was when they did an operation immediately we got there, and that is what we should get. They did an operation the night we got there. They operated him the next day. We got there in the night. We got there in the night. They operated him the next day. Eye foundation. Yeah, I can remember. It was because of the intervention of our friend's mom.
So,
Our mom's friend.
Are you saying if they had taken him to the eye place initially,
Initially,
it
yes.
would have happened before?
Yes, because his optic nerve got infected. That's why we are here. Yeah, that was what happened. His optic nerve got infected.
And is that due to the lack?
It's due to the negligence of our health system.
Is he negligent? So I want to separate the situation. Is it
Okay.
a situation whereby we had qualified doctors that knows what they're doing and they know what to do, but they went facilities to get that done, or
Okay.
we had quack doctor, because at that point in time people were leaving Nigeria. We had a lot of doctors leaving Nigeria. So is it based on the fact that the people left as doctors in that hospital didn't even know what to do at that point in time, or they knew what to do but the facility were not there to do it, or there was no light for it to be done? So we
Let
need
me-
to
let me-
separate the
let-
blames.
Yeah. So thank you very much. Let me take that one by one,
Please.
in no particular order.
All right.
So firstly, we don't have adequate doctors to cater for us in Nigeria. If you compare the system that we are here now, because right now I'm in Canada by the grace of God. If you compare the system that we are here and Nigeria, you will know that I'm a temporary resident here and I have a doctor assigned to me. Yeah, I have a family doctor assigned to my wife, that if they need my records, they will pull it from him. They will ask him and he can tell them what I am going through. He knows my history. I am just a year plus in Canada. He knows my history already. He can tell them what my weight, my height, everything about me because they've done the test. As an ordinary citizen in Nigeria does not have that. That has been living in Nigeria does not have that. They don't have a doctor to themselves. So that is the first thing. We don't have adequate doctors to attend to the. So you can imagine one doctor to 10,000 people. How can he manage?
Well, I think that is actually obvious because our so-called politicians they go abroad for treatment. They have their
Yeah,
doctors abroad.
do you know what they've done? They have made sure that the system is not working, so that they will have a ground to move overseas. Yeah, because they don't. If they have, they might have the facilities. I'm not sure they have, but they might have the same facility that was available at I Foundation. But there was nobody to take the bull by the horn at that point.
Permit me to say this. Do you know that, Jimmy, there are special centers for rich people in Lasot?
Yes, now that's where I'm going to. That's where I'm going to.
Now, the treatments will be different.
It will. So I am telling you that the way they treat the ordinary citizen is they have a special feel that they treat differently. So if you're talking about quality, why do our doctors thrive in other countries? It is because they have right education and they have the right apparatus to work with. Unlike in Nigeria, they don't have it. That is why our doctors are leaving. They are coming here. And funny enough, when they come here, they come and start afresh. You don't just jump to become a doctor here. If a doctor comes in, you come and take their exam. They will keep you in check. They want to know what you know. Or do you know it? They don't just put you there. They have a system. Funny enough, even if you are a surgeon, you cannot come here and just become a surgeon. If you're a surgeon in Nigeria, you can't just come here and become a surgeon immediately. The best you first become is a GP. Before you start moving the cadre, they will test you. They will know that you are up to the task. So we have failed in that system. Like in Nigeria, the system has failed us. Let me say that. The system has so failed us. They bastardized the healthcare system. They bastardized the education system. I'm sorry to be using those words, but those are the words that I can express myself very well. They bastardized the education system. They bastardized all the system in general. All. The power system. We don't have stable power. How do you want to power something that can? There's no light. How do you want to do operation where there's no light? There's no water. The water system is bad. I am drinking water from the water corporation here in my house.
Tap water.
I just put filter. Yeah.
I remember how many times when you hospital that water finished, the toilet was full with poo.
Was full with stink. Yeah. You can imagine. I said, if not for the intervention of mommy's friend, I have forgotten the name of the son. We used to call her. I know.
It's a mommy shit.
Mommy Sheyi, Jesus. At a point, do you know that they wanted to sign us out? They said the doctor was leaving. She said, what rubbish? Like they didn't want us to go again. I don't understand that those people. Like they didn't. When we've gotten everything, we've paid for everything. they still didn't want us to go. You can imagine. They were still forcing us to stay. At the point, we just drove Tommy out. We said, anything that you want to sign, go to hell. If you want to stop me from the gate, come and stop me. We drove out by force. Tommy, you remember? We drove out by force.
And Jimmy, maybe to say there, this is for anyone who wants to learn from this, that if you have the opportunity to go to a better hospital, please don't think
Go.
about it.
Don't think it twice.
If you are in Nigeria and you are, in a way you raise that money, if you know that your condition is severe, if you can go to a better hospital that you know will treat you well, please go.
Please.
In fact, let me also mention another thing I didn't mention quickly. Do you know that they wanted to remove my eyeballs?
Yeah.
What?
It was sponsored.
Yes.
Eye Foundation. They don't say, why did they want to remove this eyeball? We will do it now. We can. So that was how they would have removed my eyeballs, Jimmy. They said
I'm still saying it. If we had known, or if we had the same facilities that Eye Foundation had at the General Hospital, Tommy would be seen right now. I did not mix the word, though. He will see. Because the doctor came out and he was close to tears, saying that if he had been brought before now, the optic nerve would not have been ruptured and infected. That they had to take mucus out
From his eyes?
Yes. That it was almost affecting his brain. It was going to be affecting his brain. It was getting to that point. If that operation was not done that day, it would have affected him. They were just giving him something to be cleaning the eyes. The eyes mucus was coming out already, and they were just giving him they said we should just be cleaning it while we were in the General Hospital.
Wow.
It was so bad. These are stories that when you get to the rudiment, you just cry for Nigeria. I cry for Nigeria. I'm serious. I have families there, but I know they will be all right as long as I'm all right here. So, yes, they will be all right. Nothing will happen to them by the grace of God before I get them out of that place.
Thank you so much, Daniela.
Yeah.
Thank you. That was good.
I'm sorry for taking so much time.
No.
So,
yeah. At the right time, knowing you were there with him when this whole thing happened, and here we are. You both are in a better system.
Thank God.
It's a better, it's a better way to back up, Tommy's claim, to know that he's not making these things up. You're in the system as well.
Jimmy, please let me add something.
Go ahead.
Jimmy, let me add something.
Go ahead.
A great thanks to a praying mother, in which is Tommy's mom. There was a time when I used to sleep in the house very well. She will house me when I was doing my Uber thing. I really appreciate that. She will house me. I will sleep in the house. I'll tell them I want to sleep in the car. She will say, no, park your car in the house. Come and sleep in the house. Like I was a usual figure in the house. Because sometimes, when you keep late night because of driving with Uber, I cannot go back to Ikorodu. Ikorodu was a bit dangerous there. So I'll just say, okay, let me sleep. Or because, okay, another thing, I want to be with him as well. So I'll stay. There was a night we were praying. They told me to kneel down. The mom said, I don't know what came up, but the mom said, what do you want God to do? And what do you want undone? And everything. So I knelt down and I told them. And from that point, up to this moment, God reshaped my life. Yeah. So that prayer of that day did not go down the drain.
So you believe the prayer you prayed that day is what led you to come?
Is I'm serious, because let me tell you the prayer that I prayed.
Go
I
ahead.
was in a relationship. I said, Mommy, I told God, I said, if this relationship will work, let me know today. If it will not work, let me know now. The next week, that relationship collapsed. And that was the beginning of a new dawn in my life.
Okay.
And I started observing. This guy that is here, at a point in my life, I left Uber. I was driving Keke. Nobody has heard this. Yeah,
What
Tommy
church did you
knows.
go to in Nigeria?
I left Uber. I was driving Keke.
No. I mean, what church were you attending in Nigeria?
I'm a Celestian.
Oh, okay, Sele. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
And you
I
used
left Uber.
to go to church in
I
Canada.
was Yeah, I go to church in Canada. I'm with the Redeemed Christian Church of God
Every
here in
Sunday.
Canada. Yeah, I don't miss it. I don't miss God, though.
Okay.
You say every Sunday. I'm a testimony. If I tell you what I have been through here, I thank God. Because when God is ready for you, God will put you through. And those prayers, they held us strong. That mother, she's a very strong woman. I've never seen a woman so strong at that. She's too strong. She cannot be shaken, because the worst that could shake her was Tommy's case, and she remained unshaken.
All right. So,
And I want to use this opportunity also to say a big thank you to Anoluapo
okay.
for staying with her mandate.
I like that.
Yes.
I like that.
Yeah. Because she took the bull by the horn. She said, yeah, I will stand. And she stood. Yeah, she's not just a virtuous woman. She's the one after God's heart that God could have given to me. Because if not for her, to me might be depressed. There's nothing you can tell me.
Yeah.
There's nothing.
She has shown it.
She's the best thing that has happened to Tommy.
Of course, I agree.
She's the best thing.
I can
Best.
agree to that. Yeah.
Best thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's the best thing.
Yeah.
And I want to say thank you to her. I know, and I want her to have it at the back of her mind that God is settling us, so that she should just keep her mind at rest. God is doing it. God is settling us. Yeah, God is settling us.
I mean,
it can be rough in these first 2 years, but God is settling us. Just have it at the back of your mind that He will settle us completely.
Okay. Thank you, Eniola. Thanks for that. I mean, clearly you're.
Thanks for having me.
You're welcome. You're welcome, my brother. It's clear you're a religious person. I'm still gonna have a religion space whereby I'll have people come and speak about their beliefs when it comes to religion. But Tommy, I need to ask you a couple of questions. Have you seen a doctor since you've been to Canada regarding your eyes? Is there any plan towards having the remaining pallets taken out? Is there any scheduled plan towards doing something positively towards your sight?
Yeah, so I've met with I don't know, I think it's optometrists they call them, the eye doctors. Is it optometrist? Yeah, optometrist, yes. So I met with one last year, and he checked me out. Like I said when I was speaking, I want to get other opinions from other doctors. So I'm still looking towards, calling my doctor and see how I can get some other, not like other views, not just one doctor, if you understand what I mean. But from what that doctor said, so after looking at my eyes that day, I remember him saying, so I asked him that, is there anything that can be done? And it's this usual silence for a while. It's like, doctors are human beings too. So sometimes they don't know how to tell you, they don't know the way to tell you that we hurt you.
So,
I think we're just trying to be careful.
did any one of them tell you it can be done by God's grace?
No. It's just one I've met, so no.
Just one?
No. Yeah, just one.
And he never told you it can be done by God's grace?
No, obviously no.
Okay, so what about the guy that came to help you doing the mapping in your house?
So what's the question? Whether it will be done by God's grace?
Yeah, maybe letting you have hope in the fact that God is going to do it. In that
No,
aspect.
these people don't focus on those things. They just do their job, and nothing like that.
Interesting. All right. So, I mean, the point I'm trying to aim here is this. A working system doesn't require a supernatural being. They focus on certain procedures and certain processes, and it will happen. It will happen accordingly. So my point is, if there is a formula, a written formula, that it will make sure someone's eyesight is restored and it is perfected, and they've tried it, they've experimented it on an animal or being, and it works, right? It has certain procedures and certain steps to go through. If they take that formula to Nigeria and they apply everything accordingly, it will work. It is not miracle. It is fact of science and technology. Recently, about 2 months ago, Elon Musk had the first control return of a rocket, and it went back to where it launched, right? It went back to where it launched. Normally, it just explodes and just crash in the Mediterranean Sea or whatever. They pick it up from there. But now, based on algorithm, programming, science, and technology, they've been able to make it navigate itself, to preserve certain amount of engines that would work as a brake when it's falling down, because this tons of ions and metals. There is a certain procedure to get that done. If that procedure were to be followed accordingly, if they go to Nigeria based on that procedure, they might tilt it to weather, cold, wind, and all that, but it will work the same way. And yesterday, they repeated the same thing, and the thing landed exactly the way it had landed the first time. That was a miracle. That was based on science and technology and a formula that can be repeated. So, and I'm saying this for the benefit of our religious people. Most of the things that was mentioned about eyesight, people, the blind see, the deaf hear, and everything, it's in the Bible. But has it been repeated? Because if it's been repeated, Tommy needs that right now. Tommy needs it right now. The one they use mob or soil from the ground to rub the person's eye and the person saw. He needs it right now. Until we can actually prove these things right, we can hold on to our beliefs. We can hold on to our religion and what we believe. But I think we need to pay close attention to when we are being spiritual, to when we're actually facing reality here. I can tell you categorically that from Tommy's experience in Nigeria, I can tell you from the people that operated on him, took him in the hospital, they will probably pray many times before they attend to anybody in the hospital. They will do praise and worship, not knowing the impact of the noise on their patient in the bed, lying, trying to get some sleep. And if you ask, they will tell you they have to do that, right? The impact it has on them. But with that, they still went ahead to cause to this young man's problem by not doing the needful at the right time. If you had taken him to a certain hospital or done the right thing at the right time, those are procedures. What happened wouldn't have happened. He wouldn't have been in this situation. So I believe in going through things the right way and not attaching it to religion. A lot of people do this a lot in Nigeria, and people keep saying, I believe personally, I believe there's a scientific explanation to the fact that that close range gunshot did not kill you. And if they are to carry out a forensic investigation, starting from the type of gun that was used, the angle at which you were shot, the bullet, the pellet, and every single thing, we have experts that their life is to work on things like it. They will explain to you why that bullet did not hit you. They will explain to you. They will give you those explanations. And at the end of the day, you now get to realize that it is by chance. It is by chance. I'm not disputing people that actually believe in God. A lot of people believe in miracle. I do. But when things happen, I put in a lot of consideration before I can zero into miracle. I'll go through the science and technological aspect of it. I go through a lot of things. It is when it is unreasonably convincing. You cannot explain it scientifically. You cannot explain it technologically. You cannot explain it in any other way. And you just knew there was a divine intervention. Then, but I mean, if there are explanations to these things, it is highly, highly difficult to dispute them. Again, it's not a spiritual space. I will have one of those in the nearest future. I have a lot of interesting lineup, and hopefully next episodes is going to be about something interesting. I've been working on it for a long time. I hope it works out well. It comes through. Next podcast, I want to bring someone that was involved in the Biafra War. Someone that lived during the Biafra War, that saw what happened in the Biafra War, and is ready to talk about it, to share his experience about what happened. A lot of people need to be educated. A lot of people think war. They think war is a joke. You need someone that actually lived through it, that saw blood, someone that saw family members being killed. You need to come and listen to them. I've been seeing the bigotry going on the TL right now. Reno Mokri bringing up this, what's it called? Belu guy. Is he Amodu Belu and all those things? We need to hear. It is a pity that a lot of our Igbo elders that witnessed the war are actually keeping these things to themselves. They want to die with that information and go to their graves. People need to understand the massacre that happened. They need to know what happened. It wasn't a war. It was a genocide. And people need to be educated. Because all those people beating the drums of war, you don't know what war is. You need to listen from people's experiences. People that actually lived through it. They were 8 years old, 16-year-old, 12-year-old, and they were playing a major role at that point in time. You need to listen and hear firsthand from people that were there. That they will tell you, they will give you names, date, time, and situation of things. Maybe you understand what war is all about.
It's a disastrous experience.
Yeah, just hold on, I'm coming. We're not even talking about that. I'm just letting people know about what might be coming up in the nearest future. But thanks for chipping that in. I'll come to you in a minute, please. Mute your mic. So I think people need to understand that aspect about the genocidal Biafra thing that happened. So hopefully it's gonna be my next podcast, and I'm looking forward to it. But otherwise, I have a lot of interesting lineup that I want people to be part of. Religion is actually part of it, and I'm gonna be liberal in this aspect. I'll bring both sides, and we can have a discussion about this different perspective. It's gonna be an interesting one. But I want people to understand that it is when you are in a system that does not work, that is when you think religion is important, which is the reason why they're telling people to fast for 100 days. That is more than 1/4 of the days in a year. If you don't even fast, what is there for you to eat? What is there for you to eat? How many rich people fast? In fact, I know churches that they have prayer warriors and fasting warriors that will fast on behalf of rich people. I know churches that they have list of people that will fast on senators' behalf, governors and their kids. They will fast on their behalf, like they will list out their names and everything, and they will pay them money to fast on their behalf. When you have a system that don't work, the only thing the people have to run to is religion. Tell me, how many people have actually come to meet you since you've been in Canada to come and tell you this will be done? I deliberately asked you that question. This will be done by God's grace. Because they have plans for people like you. They put in the right person to be in charge of that money. And that person hired people that will search for people like you, the genuine people that need that money. They will confirm you have the situation that requires that money. You have the kids you claim are yours. And the amenities you need is within what they've designed the organizations to do. That is just as simple as it. That is just what it is. A system that works. A system that works. But guess what? They will never give you that in Nigeria. Because the politicians and the pastors, they work hand in hand. If the economy is good, no one will be going to church Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday to pray. I mean, if you go 9 to 5 to a hustle and you're making good money, you're going home to rest. You eat, you sleep, and get ready for the next day. But no, that's not the case. Because there's no job, there's no work. You have to go to the church and hope and pray something magical is going to happen. And when coincidence happens, you tag it to a miracle. How do we separate that? It takes a lot of insight. It takes people that are actually been to a system that works to differentiate that. And I just wish sometimes people can actually just step out of Nigeria for like a day and go back and see what is going on. It is sad. Told me you're not meant to be in the situation you are in currently if the system worked for you. and you allow your friend just came to back up what you said. I knew that situation was actually doable. Imagine you're in a system that works. In the first place, the chances of that happening to you is very low. Very, very low. Okay? Because it's been designed that every community has a police station around them. They have fire service and they have hospitals. Every. So you cannot even wait that long. You cannot lose that much blood. Someone will call 911 and help will get there. Instantly, help will get there. In fact, help will get there so fast that very few amount of people will actually see blood. That is how they've been designed. Very few amount will see blood. Carigwe made a tweet recently, a couple of weeks ago. It was a diagram of different vehicles. It had the ambulance, the police vehicle, fire service, and the president's car. And the question was, which one has the right of way accordingly? And if I ask people here on Twitter and on TikTok, I can imagine the responses I'll get from people. Again, ambulance, police vehicle, fire service, and presidential vehicle. In Nigeria, the number one is president, right of way. After that, police. After that, ambulance. Then fire. The fire save water dey inside. Water dey inside. No. But in the same climb, number one, the president is not playing any role. Out of the four I just mentioned, if you were to die 999 or 911, no call will go through to the president. None. So that is absolutely irrelevant. Take that out of the place. Now we're dealing with three. Ambulance, police, and fire. Which one goes first? In my own humble opinion, based on experience and the fact that I've been to a couple of countries and they work the same, they have the same pattern. The number one is fire service. And for people wondering why, fire services, they are equipped with the best of equipment. They are equipped with the best of emergency responses and well trained for them to get through any form of emergency. Fire, accident, name it. They are always there. They are ready. They have equipment to slice through doors like it's knife going through butter. Accident, crushed vehicle. They have equipment with hydraulics that would open it apart. They have all these things. And they've been trained to give CPR and quick emergency responses pending when the ambulance reaches. The ambulance is the last thing that will get there. The fire service is number one. Police is number two. And the reason why police is number two, they need to clear that area. They need people to be far away from blood. They don't want to see people seeing brain on the ground. They don't want to see people seeing red liquid on the ground. Something happened last year. A friend of mine, the wife, went to drop her kids in school. And the old woman, this particular old woman was backing a child and was holding, grandmother, white woman, was holding another child. A truck was coming and the truck was not even meant to be in that, was not meant to drive through that part in the first place. But anyway, this little girl was running and somehow got run over by the truck. The trailer crushed her to death. The first thing they did, police got there first before the fire service. Police got there first. And the first thing they did was to make sure they blocked the area, all exit, all entrance, no car was coming through, and they had to divert traffic to make sure cars that are meant to come through, they go through another route. They did that. But guess what? When that thing happened, it was when school were resuming. So there were kids all over the place. You know, they had to contact my friend's wife and the children for 2 months. They were giving them counseling, and they had to go through what's it called? I forgot it. They had to go through a process of erasing what they saw, because they saw blood. And not just them, every single person that witnessed that thing, they had to go through therapy. Every single one of them. The state paid for it. They had to go through therapy. They checked the camera. They picked every single person that witnessed that thing, that scene, the blood they saw. All of them had to go through therapy. They paid for it. And it went smooth. They went through the operation. They cleaned the blood on the road. The point is, when the system works, all these things work accordingly. If Tommy was in a system that works, it will probably be seen right now. It might be using glasses, but it will probably be seen right now. So the bottom line is, we've prioritized what is not necessary in our country, and we've worshipped what is not necessary in our country for too long. You'll be shocked at the amount of people, at the moment they travel out of Nigeria, they are less religious. It's not because they don't believe in God anymore, but most of the thing they pray for, most of the thing they ask God to do for them, the government has already done it. The government has already done it. That is where we are right now. Tommy is here explaining the difference between Nigeria and Canada. It's been an educational one for me. The therapy he had to go through, and what the government of that country had done to this young man. Regardless the fact that he's a citizen. The kids are not citizens. But the way the system was designed was to help people of his kind that needs help. Do you know how many thousands of Tommy are going through the same thing? And they are going through the same treatment Tommy is going through. It's because they have a system that works. We have it too in Nigeria. But what greedy bastard politician is there seated on the money? And all Tommy benefited from the country. He grew up, he schooled, he was bettered in that country. He schooled, he worked, paid his taxes and everything. All he benefited, the reward he got from the accident that happened to him, a pack of spaghetti or noodles, and what else? Pepsi, a bottle of Pepsi, and a cane. But Tommy is here. They've given him a laptop for blind people. He's been able to get educated on how he can map out his environment wherever he is as a blind person. Dedicated people to go to him and map out his house for him. Tommy watches movies, a blind man. How does he do it? He has a YouTube handle that he explains all these things. These are the benefits of a system that works. Elections do have consequences. When you put on the right person, you'll get a good working system. When you put in a greedy, grubby, old politicians in power, they are there to steal your money. My platform is not for politics, but when we talk about things like this, we have to hint on the benefits and the impact bad governance gives to people. And this is one of them. Fatai, my brother, it's nice to have you on TikTok. And as a medical personnel, I would love to hear your inputs regarding this. Welcome, my brother. Jump in.
Hey Jimmy, great work you're doing. I appreciate you, man, and all the listeners.
Thank you.
Um, Listening to Tommy, I've listened to him, and listening to him again today. Gives me a lot of goosebumps, and I just want to say, I listened to a strong man, a emotionally strong man who,
Dr. Papai. Thank you.
yeah, this is one of the results of a broken system. Uh, Healthcare is just a microcosm of the Nigerian system. Um, so I just want to, because it's because of the first of all, it's because of the breakdown in security as a country. That's why this happened in the first place. And the second stance of it is breakdown in the medical system. That is why it got complicated to the point where um, the optic nerve got infected and uh, to the point that it led to blindness. So I am a registered nurse in the United States here, and I've been practicing for all my life. I practiced in Nigeria before moving over here as a nurse. I understand the way uh, the system has stayed rotten for years. So comparing the system over there to here, one of the differences that I've seen is the over religiosity in Nigeria has made us sort of delusional to the point that we lack the will to most times do the right thing. So why am I saying this? So in the United States, we have what we called ESI in the practice. That ESI is Emergency Severity Index. It's like an algorithm that you use as a nurse. If you go to any hospital, any emergency center in the United States, you are trained as a nurse or as a doctor to follow this algorithm. What does this algorithm say? Algorithm has 5 level of urgency that when a patient comes, that you have to follow this algorithm completely. So in this algorithm, you have what you call level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, level 5. Level 1 is when you see cases that are life-threatening, that if you don't do something in the next 5 minutes, the person is going to die. So you as a professional, you are trained with this thing because you are not. It doesn't matter if it's the son of the president, if it's a nobody. It doesn't matter. You just follow this algorithm. And if you see a patient that falls in this level 1, you have to leave whatever you are doing. It doesn't matter who else is God. Like literally, you have to go ahead and attend to that person because you are following that algorithm. So listen to Tommy's story describing that injury. It's a level 1 it's a level 1 case that should be attended to in the first 5 minutes. And, such cases, you see everybody, every specialist that could be helpful at the bedside of the patient, no matter what. In the practice here, it doesn't mean that we have, we still have overcrowded, we have a lot of people that need care, but because there has been a system that has been developed to save life, which is the primary thing, in the medical field, there has been a system and everybody has to follow the system. That has made the people seeking for treatment in life-threatening situation much more successful. So, for example, the eye case, you already know that this guy has to go for CT scan, the ophthalmologist has to report, the anesthesiologist has to be on ground. And that is, it's very different from you. You don't have to even that they don't ask you for money.
Money
Yeah.
is the least of the concern at that point in time.
Yes. Even
How
if
do
you
Right.
are a destitute, like a homeless, and you have a life-threatening injury, you have to be attended to, because there is a system. If you don't do that, there is a system in place whereby you get punished,
You might even lose your license.
or you might even lose your license. So if you flip it back to what happens in Nigeria, I said it's this like over religiousness has made us as a people to lose our sense of responsibility. Because I don't know if you saw one video online the other day where health practitioners are praying
Yeah.
before taking
Praise and
over.
worship. Yeah. Praise and worship.
They are doing praise and worship. That
And they'll tell you,
I,
they'll tell you, we care, God knows.
like, how do you even you are coming to the hospital to save lives? So you could see the effect of these long years of religious indoctrination
And,
in
and let
all
me let
over.
me back it up with this. When after wasting so much time and they end up not doing what they meant to do, and it ends up in the situation as told me that they just end up telling him you cannot see again, which was actually preventable, right? They tell you things like, àmúwá Ọlọ́run ni, àkọsílẹ̀ kádàrá.
Exactly.
It's God's will. That's
Exactly.
the way God has designed it. God has made it. And guess what? A lot of people find succor in that. A lot of people embraces that, and they be like, you know what? Yeah, I'll take it if that is what God wants.
Exactly.
Why
So
would He want you to be blind?
yeah.
But go
Yeah.
ahead.
So as a whole, I think we need to do better as a society. Even bring the upcoming generation. Hopefully we get a better political leader that's going to drive this inspiration amongst the upcoming youth, because I see that like this sense of lackadaisical attitude. Because come to think of it, why will a professional from Nigeria, when he gets over here, because there is a existing system that punitive measure to put you in check,
Of
you
course.
fall in line automatically.
Yeah.
Nobody cares about your religion, your whatever here. They put those things are your personal prerogative. So we need to get to that level as a country where you have to put religion as your personal, preference. You have to like actually face what you asked to do as an healthcare professional. And I'm using this medium to speak to most health professionals, still back home. I understand that sometimes, when you flip it back to the government, these people don't get paid. As an healthcare worker, you see people that hasn't been paid for 10 months for in a hospital. You understand? Sometimes I ask myself, and you people are still coming to work.
Still coming to work. Yeah. They will borrow money for transportation.
So what are you doing there?
That's because they've threatened them that if they stop coming, the arrears will never be paid.
Yeah. So overall, we need to do better as a society, because we see these things are not rocket science. They are just, you have to be well organized as a society to achieve all these things. Overhaul. We can keep talking about this and flippy here, flippy there. I'm just gonna say to me, just stay strong. I watch your videos. It's very encouraging.
Yes.
And Jimmy, thank you so much. Thank you for all what you do.
Thank
so
you, my
much. I
brother.
appreciate
Thank
it.
you, Patai. Thanks
Thank you
for
so much.
yeah. Thanks for your input. Thank you. Thank you for that. So, guys, we've come to the end of this. I just want to say, thank you, Tommy, once again. Thanks for creating the time to share your before and after experience with us on this platform. And I learned a lot from my engagement with you today, and I noticed that when you migrated to Canada, there was no involvement of besides the fact that Redeemers, met with you guys and they supported you to settle down and all that. There was no involvement of all the people you engaged, like all these therapists, the mapping guy, all the experts that engaged you. I can categorically tell you that none of them would actually pray before they attend to you. It's not as if they don't believe in God or they have one God or the other that they worship. The fact is they don't bring it to their workplace. They don't put it in your face just like that. So for the record, people back home, they need to do better. All this praise and worship before banks open, praise and worship before hospital attend to customers. You have people bleeding and you're doing praise and worship. The urgency is now diverted to, God, before healing people. And we can debate that any day, anytime. But guess what? It's only Nigerians, not Europeans, not even the people that brought the religion. They will never engage you in such an argument because it's pointless. Even in Rome, the Vatican City, if there was an emergency, the priority is to get a doctor, a nurse, or a medic to that person first, not to call the Pope to come and pray. And that's a fact. But it's only in Nigeria that people will come and be sentimental with you to tell you you're an atheist for saying that. But I welcome that conversation any day, anytime. Today is not the conversation for that. Today, it was just to engage a before and after of a young man that Nigeria happened to, and he got blind. And after that, he's been doing great in Canada right now. He's been doing marvelously great with his family. His life has changed, and he has taken time to explain how he's been able to operate his phone. They gave him a laptop for the blind people. They give him a laptop, and he wants to be a massage therapist. How dare you think of such in Nigeria? Who are you to be a massage therapist in Nigeria, a blind person for that matter? They will tell you your mate at Agege, at bus stop. In fact, they will be telling you the best bus stop where you see more customers. The best time, the peak period when people are going to work or coming back from work. The best positions. They will be fighting for those positions. That is the lifestyle in Nigeria.
Jimmy, here, some massage therapists make as much as $100 per session.
Check, well.
$100. I kid you not.
And you, as a blind person, you have the opportunity to do that. As a blind person, you will never get that in Nigeria. So I say to you, Tommy, well done. Keep it up. Do not let that thought ever cross your mind. Do not get suicidal. Not for your wife, not for your kids. Your wife deserves the best. She had played her best role by being right next to you and sticking to you. You need to do the same thing for her. And you being alive, you being well and healthy around her and the kids will be the most important way you can repay her back. There's no amount of money you can have in this life that would compensate what she did, what she's still doing for you. None. I want you to always think about that. She's the mother of your kids, and she's always going to be there for you. She's always going to be there for your kids. All you just have to do is keep being strong, keep the hope alive, keep the fire burning. You have a furnace inside of you. Just don't let it quench. Keep it burning, and keep the flame flying high. This is just a stepping stone, and for what you want to do, keep going at it. Very soon I'll be looking forward to seeing a couple of your videos about you starting doing what you want to do. I'm a massage therapist as a blind person. Let it be a platform for you to educate every other blind persons out there in Nigeria and wherever, across the globe. You never know. People are going to go through this video, see and hear everything you said today. Thank you so much, my brother. It was a pleasure having you. But before I wrap up, let me sell my market again. I do this every Friday, 10 a.m. Central Time. But let's do this now.
Shaped by events and happenings. How do we keep up with the trends? How do we get a hang of facts and vices playing out around us? Join Off the Cuff with Jimmy, where unscripted, uncensored, and unforgettable controversial family and social topics are discussed by different people across the globe. Topics ranging from depression, abuse, homosexuality, marriage, sex, anxiety, drugs, suicide, mental illness, bigotry, near-death experiences, parenting, PTSD, racism, culture, rape, peer pressure, abortion, and many more. Listen in on Fridays, 10 a.m. Central Time Zone, via YouTube at Off the Cuff with Jimmy, TikTok at Off the Cuff with Jimmy, and X Off the Cuff Jimmy. Join us to explore today and tomorrow while shedding some outdated views from yesterday. If you want your story to be heard, contact us via WhatsApp +1773 461 7622 or X handle at Off the Cuff Jimmy. Just in my mind, Yans Jimmy.
Taciturnity, they say, precursors ill luck, while the problem shared is definitely half solved. Ọ̀rọ̀ tí bá ń gbé lọ́kàn tá a bá ń ṣe mọ́nú lásán bí èpo inú àgolo, ó ṣeé ṣe kó gbòdì sígbèsí ayé ẹ̀dá. Ẹ pàdé Jimmy Hawk lórí ètò tá a pè ní Off the Cuff with Jimmy. Where conversations flow, breaking silence, sharing stories of struggles and hope to repair from darkness to light, engaging real guests, narrating lives ordeals from personal experiences and overcoming them, discussing emotional issues ranging from marriage, rape, religion, abortion, parental failure, death penalty, depression, siblings rivalry, social media addiction, suicide, healthcare, etc. Off the Cuff with Jimmy. Ní gbogbo ọjọ́ Friday, 10 a.m. Central Time on X, TikTok, Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram. You can't afford missing these.
All right, guys. Thank you for joining today's episode of Off the Cuff with Jimmy. We've come to the end of today's edition. It's been a blast diving into the conversation with Toby today. Thanks for honoring the invitation, Toby. Thank you so much. A lot of people learned from you today. So guys, remember, life is too short to rehearse our thoughts or whatever conversation we want to have. Everything we do on this platform is always spontaneous, off the cuff. You never know what is coming. We don't plan it, we don't rehearse it on the ground, we don't practice what we're gonna say or what we're not gonna say. I want to be amazed the same way my guests, the same way my listeners, my fans are gonna be amazed. And that's the reason why it's called Off the Cuff with Jimmy. So we dive into it raw, just like that. So please, before we wrap up, I want to remind everyone to share their thoughts in the comment section. We have a YouTube handle, you can check it out. You can subscribe and suggest whatever you think we might do to promote the platform. If you have topics you want to talk about, if you want to share your experiences with people, please, you can reach us on all our platforms, WhatsApp, Telegram, email, Twitter, TikTok. Jump in the DM. I'll be reading every single thing, and I'll work hard to respond to every single person one by one. So for next episode, again, I have tons of topic to handle, and I have a great lineup. But I really want to work on the whole Biafra thing next week. I've been seeing the madness going on social media platforms and the Twitter TL. I want to bring in can I call him a war veteran? Someone that was involved in the Biafra War. He played a murderer. He was young when the war started. He's over 70 years old right now. So he wants to talk about, and it's difficult getting people to speak up, by the way. But I need someone to speak, to remind the people shouting up and down, war, 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 war. They need to understand what war is all about. Someone that lost family members, seen bodies all around him during the genocide, should be coming to speak to us. I need to clarify a couple of things before that can happen. But yeah, it's one of the next one of the next episode I would prefer. But as I said, I have a lot, and the interesting part of it's interesting but difficult is that when you have a lot of topics, you have a lot of people that want to talk, and you're trying to figure out which one goes first, and you need to put a lot of things into consideration. What is trending, what people are talking about. It has to be coincidental with what you bring up, so it can make the conversation interesting. So you've been listening to Off the Cuff with Jimmy. Don't forget, subscribe, rate, review, and spread the words. Let people know what you've benefited from today's conversation, and keep our minds open, our ears sharp, and our sense of humor ready. Big thanks to every single one that joined on Twitter. Let me take my time to appreciate every single one of you. Unisa, thank you. Dr. O, Fatai, Tudo has been here since the onset. Madonna, Olayemi, Gazelle, Ramsey, Dan, Sinibi, SIM card, Feji, Ingeniosa. I don't know what that is, but yeah, I'm referring to you. Ame, Uba, Cyril, Ngozi, Dave, Sonny, Sam Black, Obata, Mama P, Defi, Drills, D, More Digits, MKJ, and about I think 7 anonymous listeners. Shout out to every single one of you. Thanks for joining. On TikTok we have Dave, we have Shegun, we have Eniola still listening, we have Ice K, we have Fatai, we have James Belushi. Which one is this? We have TK Tommy, we have Bleach K, Ranka, Hemos. We have a couple of people I've not even seen before joining and listening in. Thank you so much, guys. We'll be doing these sometimes next week at the same time, same meta but different topic. Thanks once again for joining today's episode. It's been a lovely one. The next couple of hours, just give me some time. I'll put it up on YouTube. The full edition will be on YouTube, and a couple of the clips will be spread across social media platform. Thanks again. Once I end with these, I'll work on putting them on the social media handle of Twitter and TikTok, so people can have access to the key points he made that struck nerves. Thank you so much, guys. TikTok is giving shout out to people that gifted me and people that gave a lot of likes. I can see about 14,000 likes here. Thank you so much, guys. I'm really grateful. You could have been elsewhere, but you decided to be here with Jimmy Off the Cuff. Thank you so much. We'll be doing this same time, same place next week. by the grace of God. Thank you so much once again, guys. I'll be yielding for now, and we'll see next section. Thank you so much.